Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the October 15th, 2025 meeting of the Hyde Park Planning Board. If you could please stand with me and pledge allegiance to our national flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have an action-packed agenda tonight.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to start off with a new public hearing for the rent-a-space self-storage, which is proposed for 4147 Albany Post Road. Come on down, give us an update. Hopefully you've had an enjoyable summer.
Madam Chair, members of the Planning Board, my name is Frank Rettel. I'm the project manager for Rent-A-Space, and with me this evening is Kelly and Dave Hardesty, principals. We're here for a public hearing, and I'd like to start by showing you, this is what we're trying to do. At 4147 Route 9, it's a vacant lot owned by Hyde Park investors. We planned a self-storage facility. This is a view that you'd see from Route 9. Kelly has revised this and revised this and revised it to try to make it pleasing not only to the board but to the public. We're pretty proud of the way it's going to look. That's going to be the front view.
Frank, I'm not sure, you might need to pull the microphone a little bit closer.
Oh,
Thank you.
is that better?
I think so,
Better,
yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm trying to get backwards here. The views is narrow there.
Sorry for the intro. Go ahead.
No, I'm trying to figure out how I can go back.
What is it you're looking for?
I want to go back to show you to the list to show you.
If you go down to the bottom and see the
Can you
folder
scroll?
icon?
You can't.
No, it's
The scroll
only
bar
one
is at the
screen.
top.
Do you have multiple
One
tabs
screen.
open at the top?
I don't.
Okay.
Just
For
close, just exit out of
other
the bottom.
applications.
Yeah, you could do that, you could exit and just reopen it.
There we go. Thank you.
There you go.
Okay, this is the north elevation. This would be if you're standing at Capola's looking south into the building. This is the side facing Route 9. And this is going to be the side on the Scenic Hudson side, FDR side.
That's all the north side, right? That's two pieces of the north.
Yeah, it's a-
You're
yep,
right,
it's a-
because
yep.
There's a match line. Okay. Now, how did you go back on? Sorry about that.
They're all different.
I need someone's grandson to help me.
Thank you.
There you go, there you go.
Anything else?
Okay. This is the east and west elevations. This is I'm sorry. This is north. And this is south.
Oh, that's the entire view, I think, yeah.
Yes. Yep.
That's with
So,
them both
yeah,
stitched
This is
together.
what you'll see from the Cupola side. This is what's going to be seen from the Scenic Hudson side. This is what I would refer to as an over and under concept. There's going to be a first floor here. The first floor is approximately 41,900 square feet. There'll be a lower level, not the entire length of the building, only about half the building. The lower level is going to be 21,570 feet. There'll be entrances in the back to use the lower level. Could you go back, Pat, please? Okay. Now go to the civil set. Okay. This is the present condition. It's vacant right now. These are the present conditions. All right, here's the site plan. Again, we've shown you what the square footage is. The footprint of the first floor is 41,000 and change. By adding the lower level, we're not increasing the footprint. However, when you add up the square footage for parking and everything, we're still under scale. We're less than 65,000 square feet. The project has been designed so that no variances are required. The entrance will be here on Route 9. We did get a DOT letter back, which we have to get to you. They had requested some changes to the entrance, and those changes have been made for this particular plan. I've got to get that letter to you.
Thank you.
It's not on here, though.
Thank you. That would be helpful. We were trying to figure out what the DOT was trying to tell us.
Yeah.
What's it, excuse me, we have a plan set with a certain date. What date was that? Is that drawing right now? Ours is 9/30, September 30th.
Correct, 9:30.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, so that has
That's the most
the-
recent one.
So we
Okay.
have the
Yep.
recent one.
Yep.
Here it is.
We just haven't seen the letter. Okay, thank you.
Exactly. There'll be one-way traffic around. We've also provided you with the truck radius showing that emergency vehicle access or even trucks delivering goods to the storage units, property, everything will work nicely. That's the grading plan, site development layout. We've given you erosion and sediment control, demo plan.
That's good to look at.
Okay, the parking's over here, there'll also be a loading zone. We did add an extra couple of parking spaces to comply with the request that Bonnie made. We've asked for a traffic study. We have not yet received that. We will get that to you as soon as received, but Kelly has ordered it.
Who's doing it?
Colliers.
Colliers.
He's had it for a while. I'm surprised. I thought we'd have it by now, but, okay.
Yeah, I think
busy.
Kelly asked for it at least a month ago. Usually they're quicker to get stuff back to us.
No.
Could you go back, Hans? Thanks. And we have a lighting plan, which I inadvertently omitted from this package.
Thank you.
But we did bring it here anyways to show you that there'll be no light trespass in any of the adjoining properties. All the light will stay within bounds. The lights are all down lights, so there'll be no glare facing out. Could you go back, Hans, please? And landscaping. We've
I don't think we
provided
have.
a landscaping plan, which we really
do.
think addresses the property quite nicely, using native species. I know that one of the requirements that Bonnie had requested in the most recent comment letter is she wanted a note to the plan that the landscaping will be taken care of in perpetuity. That's not a problem. We can add that note.
Yeah, that's just a standard note that we usually add to
Yeah.
the site plans.
Not a problem at all. Actually, Kelly would do that even without the note.
Yes.
And that's about a quick summary of it. I'd like to see if the board has any questions that we might be able to.
Do you think you could put, while we chat, maybe just put up the elevation of the south? There's a bigger,
south elevation,
because
the
you showed
ones-
us the north and then both big, big, but there's a separate just from the south.
All right.
And just to have that in
Just the
the,
south elevation?
yeah, that way, it'll just be in the background when we talk.
That's the south
Show,
elevation.
might as well show it off, right?
Yeah.
I still haven't heard from City Cuts unless you have.
What are they planting?
I have not heard back from City Cuts unless you have.
Oh, they're here.
Okay, okay.
They're
This
here.
is the
Okay.
So before we do anything else, can I get a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes. All right, we are in public hearing. So, thank you for the updated elevations. I know that you've taken almost everything that this board has asked you to do. I personally think that this is now quite beautiful.
Kelly's worked hard on it.
It is absolutely gorgeous.
We have a lot of good suggestions, so.
Yeah, but now that you can see them on here, they make such a big difference, and I think if you're pulling out of Roosevelt, remember I said if you look north and if it looks like it fits in, then
But you still can't see on this elevation, that's supposed to look like brick on the bottom, that's not cement.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, and I know at the top you have, samples of the
Yes.
different types, and then when we get final, we'll have actual samples and
Yes.
Yeah.
colors that we can use.
Correct.
We'll have on file here
Yeah,
in the
we'll supply
office.
those.
Yep. Yeah, so I think,
Nice
I
elevation.
think if we just have that as the background, I think that's a nice way to have that. I'm going to, if there are, do you have any other comments?
Nope.
Okay, then I'd like to just start, Tad, Bonnie.
No comment.
Okay,
I had a comment letter, they're just cleanups, I think a few of my comments might have been missed, so I don't think we have to get into the details. I'm sure you'll address them.
Yes.
So,
I
thanks.
think they already are addressed, but we'll put it in writing for you.
Yeah, that'd be
Okay,
great, thank you.
yeah, I didn't see anything of
Nothing major.
major, yeah.
We did get some feedback from the engineer and also from the architect that will be able to respond to you
Terrific.
with all your points.
Thanks.
Oh, good. Mr. Sotero?
I haven't had a chance yet to look at, the plans, like, in detail. So, I will. I don't anticipate anything like major. I did just look at the plans here on, the screen. There were some things that we asked for as far as, the retaining wall that I don't think that Joe put on there in terms of approximate, like, elevations and like a rough, like, detail of what the wall might look like. But I'll put that in my cover letter. But again, there's nothing, major. I need to look at, the SWIP. I think everything is, the general concept is fine. There was just a couple things that I asked for, and but I don't anticipate anything, major on our end. So.
Right, yeah, so far you hadn't seen anything. Ms. Polidoro?
Just going back to a comment earlier, you said the DOT approved that location, or you're still waiting for them to approve it?
What's going to happen is we have to, the surveyor has to go out and measure site distance. And provided the site distance is acceptable to them, they will issue a letter that the entrance location is acceptable, but we still have to file for a highway work permit before any work could be done, and they'll...
So we're still waiting on conceptual approval? Okay,
Correct.
that's it.
Anything else? Victoria? Anything
No.
else? Mr. Tuttle?
For DOT, are they going to have you do a traffic study for it?
We are doing a traffic study. I think it was requested by somebody,
I
right?
was hoping
Yeah.
not. There's
No,
no
I'm-
reason for it.
I'm actually
I know.
right now.
It's kind of ridiculous,
It
really.
is a little ridiculous.
It was hard for me to
supposed to be done any day now.
determine what the
Okay.
DOT was asking for. There was, they keep
You know
changing
what, Ann, I
people
just
and...
did it. You'll have one.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
It'll-
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
No other comments, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Waters?
Well, I wanted to commend you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for improving what was originally put before the board.
Yep.
And all your efforts and time and hearing what, I know I submitted some stuff and you seem to address everything.
Thank you. Thank you for your help,
You
too.
did a great job and I think it looks beautiful. The building is appropriate for that site now, I think. And I couldn't commend you more on it. The architects did a great job, too.
It'll be the best looking building in that area. I
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it'll improve the area.
Oh, yeah.
So it's an improvement, much improvement.
Yep.
Yep,
Thank you, sir.
yep.
Ms. Wasser?
First, I echo everything that Rob Waters just said. I really appreciate all the effort. I appreciate it. I had one quick question, which was on the landscape plan. There are 39 large arborvitae on the south side, but there are some openings in that wall of arborvitae. Is that
Or
existing trees?
Existing trees. yeah.
Okay. It'd be good to mark it.
Pardon me?
True.
It would be helpful to just mark it, so we
Okay.
know those aren't openings, but that the screening continues, and just mark if it's deciduous or evergreen. That's my only comment.
Thank you. Mr. Oliver?
I'll echo my colleagues' comments as well. Thank you so much for your ongoing effort, and hopefully you get through DOT quickly, and you guys can get started on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Lee?
Thank you, and also I really encourage you to continue to think about the south elevation of this building as very important. I know you've been working with National Park Service, Scenic Hudson, and I appreciate all you do. But as Ms. Waters said, if you could please put all the landscaping plan, especially on the south side, I think it's very important, and I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. I know that we had also discussed doing a potential site visit once the leaves were off the tree, which is getting closer and closer. So maybe we can schedule
Hopefully when I get
something
back,
between now and the next public
I'll
hearing.
be back November 1st, so we'll...
Okay,
Don't let us know.
November 1st?
Or we can just, show up there and,
No worries.
yeah, so we'll work with Cynthia and your team.
Okay. And where are your booths for the snakes?
They will all be hibernating by then.
I hope so. That's why I dread about the whole thing of snakes.
That's strategy to keep us away.
I'm not going if there's snakes there. I'm out.
There's a lot of people who aren't going if there's snakes.
I'm out, I'm done.
We're also worried about the
Yeah, that's one of the comments. That's one of the comments.
Yeah, okay, okay.
Yep. So, we are now in the public hearing, so I would like to ask if there's anybody, I'm sorry, we have a sign-up sheet, and Jeff Anzavino from Scenic Hudson is one of the first people who would like to speak to this application. So if you could give him one of the mics, that would be great.
Sure.
It's him.
May I ask you, I have 3 minutes or a little bit longer.
Jeff, whatever you need.
This is a prepared statement, but I'd also like to preface it with a little bit of context, based on, I think, what I'm hearing here tonight. And I think it'll kind of help people understand our position.
Thank you.
Oh, can you give Cynthia one for the file?
Absolutely. Can you use Cynthia?
Hi, Jeff.
Anybody else?
I don't need one.
Let's just do that.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I need to read one. Thanks. My name is Jeffrey Anzavino. I'm the Director of Land Use Advocacy at Scenic Hudson. We're here as the adjacent property owner. And before I read the prepared statement, I'd just like to give a little bit of context. It sounds like this is very different than it was first submitted to the planning board, and I give the applicant a lot of credit for responding to the concerns that the planning board has had. I wish we were brought in a little bit earlier. We were contacted in July about this, and in early August we exchanged a few emails, and as I recall, Kelly asked us if we would be open to cutting the trees on our side. We share a property line. There's a line of trees that straddle the property line, and we were asked if we would allow the trees to be cut on our side so that a more effective buffer could be planted on both sides of the property line. And the last Kelly and I exchanged was that we were going to wait until the leaves were off the trees. So I was rather surprised when I got the notice for a public hearing. I thought everything was going to wait. So we went ahead and prepared a statement based on what we see in the architecture and the site plan. And I have to say, it's a nice building from Route 9. Looking at it from a National Historic Site, I'm not sure that the screening will be effective. So Scenic Hudson is a not-for-profit organization, and we're dedicated to preserving the Hudson Valley's inspirational beauty and promoting its health for generations to come. Central to our mission is the protection of the Hudson Valley's scenic resources, particularly views to and from the Hudson River, parks, and publicly accessible open spaces and historic sites, such as you have here in historic Hyde Park. And as you're probably aware, Scenic Hudson has over the years invested substantially to protect the historic context of the home of Franklin D. Roosevelt National Site. In the 1990s, we conserved over 300 acres across Route 9 from the historic site, and we conveyed that land to the National Park Service to buffer the historic site and to create the connection to Wallkill, the Eleanor Roosevelt National Historic Site. And those that have been around for a long time might remember that you almost had a Walmart there. So I hope we appreciate what has transpired in those 30 years since that Walmart was proposed. Scenic Hudson later purchased the 90-acre former Morgan parcel, and that's the one we're talking about that's immediately to the south of this 5-acre rent-to-space parcel, and it's the subject of tonight's public hearing. So we're here speaking as an impacted adjacent property owner. Our staff, not just me, the whole staff reviewed the applicant's site plan, and we conducted a site visit to our side of the trees to assess the wooded buffer along the shared property line. And here are our comments. Given the unprecedented size and scale of this proposed self-storage building and its direct proximity and potential visibility from the home of Franklin D. Roosevelt National Historic Site and the former Morgan property, Scenic Hudson urges the planning board to require the applicant to provide on its own property a proper visual buffer consisting of native coniferous and deciduous vegetation to ensure that the building will not be visible from neither the National Historic Site nor the former Morgan property. And in order to do this, in order to provide an effective buffer for a building that's nearly 400 feet long and nearly 40 feet tall, we recommend that a 50-foot buffer should be provided on the rent-a-space site. This width is a common requirement for more screening from significant historic resources, and it allows for a mix of evergreen and understory trees along with numerous shrubs. We realize that this would likely require relocating the building's access drive and the building 50 feet to the north, and may even require a smaller building footprint. The former Morgan parcel is subject to a conservation easement that limits the cutting of standing trees, shrubs, and other vegetation, so the trees on our property cannot be cut. However, even with this protection of the conservation easement, the buffer of trees on our property does not ensure that these trees will remain viable long into the future. Trees succumb to disease and are susceptible to damage from ice storms and high winds. Simply put, we cannot count on the existing tree line serving as a long-term buffer, visual buffer between the National Historic Site and the proposed rent-a-space building. So, in conclusion, Scenic Hudson urges the planning board to require on the rent-a-space site a 50-foot wide buffer planted with a mix of evergreen and understory trees along with numerous shrubs. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll give you this one. Sure.
Thank you, sir, for coming out tonight. We
Thank you.
appreciate your comments and all the work that Scenic Hudson does.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next person on our sign-up sheet is David Schwartz.
My name
sir?
Schwartz, S-C-H-W-A-R-T-Z.
Thank you.
I live at 176 Cream Street.
Could you pull this closer?
Oh, I'm sorry. 176 Cream
Oh,
Street,
perfect, yeah.
here in Hyde Park. I've lived here for about 30 years. Past 6, 7 years or so, I've been on a volunteer basis on the board of an organization called the FDR at Hyde Park Association. And what we do is raise funds to help fill some of the financial gaps that the Park Service has in trying to maintain and improve the property, because like a lot of sites throughout the country, they're financially strapped. And so we've worked hard at that. And I walk at the property. It's a beautiful property. And Scenic Hudson, which owns the Morgan property, has been a great communicator and partner with the Park Service. And I would just like to basically echo the comments of several of the board members, as well as Jeff, who I'm just meeting for the first time, that that boundary, that border, that buffer between those two properties is really important. Because when people go to the site, and it's probably the biggest draw of the Roosevelt and Vanderbilt sites that Hyde Park has to bring people in. And we certainly don't want to do anything that would detract from that experience. So I appreciate all the things that the applicants have done to try and make this a aesthetically pleasing property, but do please keep your eye firmly fixed on that boundary, and as best as we can, make sure that it's going to look good right from the get-go. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming out. Is there anybody else who would like to speak to this application? There are no more sign-ins on the sheet. Okay.
So,
My first question is, what is the requirement in our landscaping? You know?
let me pull up the code. There's a gap between, because the Morgan property is not historic, unless it has somehow since been listed. I'm looking at Jeff, I don't know the answer. Because we do have very wide buffers for properties that are historic.
Yes.
So then it just falls to seeker, which allows you to use your discretion. But I think because it is a historic site, you do have a lot of discretion and a strong basis to require adequate buffering.
I think the sidewalks would be so.
Right, this is where the site walk will be helpful, I think.
Yeah.
And I guess I would ask if, Jeff, you're still here, if we can see both sides, like if we need to come over onto the Morgan property, would we be allowed to do that?
Oh, absolutely, and I would, I'd like to, hopefully be there as well.
Okay, great. Yep. Thank you.
Jeff, do you happen to know how far from the applicant's property line into the Morgan property you're vegetated currently?
I don't know.
So it would be helpful if there were stakes that would show us the property boundary between the two sites.
We are staked already.
Okay, all right, great. Yep.
Could, is it,
Maybe staking the 50-foot buffer then.
Well,
The
just,
50-foot
but just
buffer.
knowing the boundary between the two sites.
Yes.
So we would know that tree's on Morgan, this tree's on,
Right.
that would be helpful.
Your code requires that any use within 50 feet of a place listed on the historic register minimize adverse impacts on the historic character, but you're past that.
Right,
Yeah.
But under seeker, you're still catty corner to a historic site.
yes. Yeah, we've been learning a lot about all that. And again, I know that you don't want to disturb the aesthetic or the historic
No.
sense around there, and that's, so we'll do the site walk and invite you, Jeff, to come with us and see what we're looking at.
So, I mean, based on that, if you're going to schedule a site walk for sometime after November 1st, you should probably continue the hearing to after that date.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what we would look to do. All right.
I'll be away the first meeting in November, so if you're going to do a November meeting, could we do it this?
Okay, so is the 19th, I think, is November 19th the next one?
Yeah.
That should give us plenty of
The 5th to the
time
19th.
to get a site visit in and bring our tape measure and,
Don't let me know, I've got some appointments in New York at 4th, 5th, and 6th, so maybe like that, right after that first week.
okay, like somewhere after, the first week or after of November.
But they didn't have a real hard and
November
fast.
8th, that weekend is the 8th, 9th.
Okay, I'll bring it up. Let me find it, unless you have it handy.
So tentative first weekend of November.
Did you say the 8th, is that what you're saying?
We're just trying to get in our head what the next weekend is.
Right.
It could be a weeknight before it gets dark. When did the clocks change?
Oh, geez, don't ask me that. I have no idea.
I think
Oh,
the
it's
first
coming
time-
up.
I think it's November 1st.
Yeah, that's the first
I can
weekend.
do Sunday.
Just for anyone in the audience, the board's also received a letter from OPRHP, which, the Office of Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation.
Right,
They also recommended a buffer. They also did not have a hard line number.
Right.
Just like our code. But they want to make sure that you have adequate screening
were they
year-round.
with the ones who said, keep the existing vegetation?
It said, retain existing vegetation and include native vegetation that will provide year-round screening.
Because the problem
Which is
is,
what we
some of
tried
that
to do.
existing vegetation is
I have
really
landscaping
bad.
there, some of it's just like junk.
It is,
Yeah.
a lot of it's junk,
I
you
mean,
know.
they don't,
Yeah.
they're not at the site. You guys have the site-specific details, but I think the spirit is that they want adequate screening.
Yeah, I think that's what I heard, yeah. Okay. So why don't we look at adjourning this to November 19th,
6
public
o'clock,
hearing?
Continued public hearing.
Yep,
In the meantime, we'll get the DOT letter and responses to Bonnie's comment letter.
yep, and Pete will have a chance to go through and go through the application a lot more in detail, and he can give you any comments that might be outstanding.
Absolutely.
And so we'll work through this.
Sure.
Thank you so much for coming out
Thank you for your
tonight.
time.
Yes,
Can we do a
thank you.
motion to continue the hearing?
Oh, sorry. May I get a motion to?
So moved
Thank
to the
you.
19th.
Thank you.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, the next item on the agenda is another new public hearing. This is for the Thompson subdivision. This is a minor subdivision for 2 lots on 55 Richard Road. However, as we've been saying, we've been working through some paperwork to clean up with the town for a little stub road that comes in off of, I forget the name of the road, but anyway, we're working through to clean that up.
Right.
Welcome.
How are you?
Matt, did Paul come tonight?
Paul was not available tonight,
Okay,
so we do not have a nice electronic.
gotcha. So, there's been, I forget, you had some to-dos, I think, when we last met?
Yes, I believe my attorney and the town attorneys have come to an agreement with the language of how to correct the issue with the driveways.
Great. That's huge. We went through a lot of different options last
seen it.
time of how
Yes.
this could work, and I think there was one that seemed a lot cleaner.
I think that's the one we're going with.
Good, yeah, we prefer the clean options.
Is that on, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm pretty sure it's on for Monday night on the town board agenda.
Do you know if
The
that's
20th,
Yeah.
yeah.
20th.
Yep. Excellent, okay, so that's on town board. All right, let's go around. Tad, any comments on this? Bonnie? Pete? Victoria?
So I think we were waiting on just a few items. We were waiting on you to submit a final plat application so they can consider approval of that, because we did sketch.
Ah,
And
Okay.
then we just were looking for some information from the town board on what they were looking for so we could incorporate that into the approval.
yep, okay, great.
So
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I spoke to Pat, my attorney today. He said that, I guess you guys got everything straightened out. There was somehow something that was still not conveyed the right way in it, but it got straightened out. It was a typo or something.
yeah, we had those discussions. I just haven't seen the final resolution.
Oh, okay.
So if I could, I'll ask the town attorney for a copy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Mr. Tuttle, any comments on this?
No. Do we need to open the public
Oh, yes,
hearing?
we do. May I get a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
I have no comments.
Okay, Mr. Waters.
No comments.
Ms. Wasser.
No comment.
Mr. Oliver.
No comment.
Ms. Lee.
No comments.
Mr. Curcio.
No comments.
Great. All right, so we had, Thomas DiCarlo has signed up for the public hearing. I don't know if he actually had any statement that he would like to make, but if, please come on down. Come on down and speak into the microphone, please.
Hey, everybody.
Hello.
Ralph.
Hey, Matt, how you doing? Good. My name's Tom DiCarlo. My mom lives at 6 Ralph Lane.
Ah, okay.
That's on the corner of Richard and Ralph, adjacent to Matt's property. So we're basically, we're part of the first phase of Matt's construction, if you will. My parents have lived there since 1979, so 50 years. The neighbors across the street, 60. The opposite neighbors, Dave Revias, 60 years. My only concern is I got the notification, but it never addressed. It said the project was 150 feet from my parents' property. And I don't understand where that fits in, the Putnam Road project versus my parents at Ralph Lane, which would be the house up on the corner there. I guess that would be the northwest corner.
So
Okay.
So I don't know if that's
the,
Can we zoom
Go
in?
go ahead. We'll have our attorney. Go ahead, Victoria.
I don't know how to
the
zoom in.
project is
Can I
the
point to
the project is the subdivision of that large parcel that you see on the screen. Matt, maybe you can outline it.
Yep, I absolutely
And
understand.
Yeah,
so
so your
your
house is
parents
here, Tom.
are adjacent to
Yeah.
it.
Yes,
So-
And we're going to be down here.
right, so they said 150 feet.
Because
So I
the
didn't know how
the
that
parcel,
related.
That's why
the
you were
whole
noticed.
parcel.
That's why you were noticed.
See,
Right
it's
now
Any
it's
parcels within
Because it's the
100,
one, okay.
It's-
of the boundary of the lot.
right.
So If I can add, we've had some growing pains with this property being developed, being there for so long and having that as a buffer, if you will, for all those years. And me and Matt have had some spirited conversations, and we've had some cordial conversations. Would you agree? Would you agree?
Clearly,
And we've had some cordial conversations. We've waved sometimes, and sometimes we've not waved. But I was just hoping tonight to have some thoughtful conversation on, before we move forward with that project, going back to the other project that was never addressed. And with that said...
Wait, Mr. DiCarlo, I don't want to interrupt you, but
Sure.
I just want to make sure you understand exactly what this board is approving.
Please explain to me.
See, so that big lot,
Yes.
the proposal, this
Yeah.
board would be approving, drawing a line
Yes.
to make it
Right
2
here.
lots.
I understand.
So this board is not looking at any proposed construction
No.
or project. It's simply to draw a line on the map.
To draw a line on the map.
Yeah. I don't think-
All of the construction, everything goes through our building department,
Oh, here.
which is
right
not
here.
what we oversee.
We're going to be down here, coming in over here.
So, for the 63 years I've lived here, I've never went before the board. I've always left it up to the board to use their common sense to make decisions. The only thing that I've been more involved with is since they started doing the studying on the the Watershed Coalition study. And I'm just a little concerned with how new construction can go forward when they've never addressed that, or that project has never gone forward with any conclusion. So on the map, it says between the 2 properties, there's a seasonal stream. If they want to use the term seasonal stream, I'm going to use the word aqueduct, but that carries the water behind the properties on Ralph Lane out to Putnam Road. It's notorious for flooding, and you've designated that Zone 9. I've had some conversation with Matt, and I've had some conversations with Howie Fisher, and over the course of the construction, no one seems to have any idea who has care, custody, and control of that.
Tom's talking about this right here.
That
It's
right
a
there.
town easement, but I guess, the easement, I think, is only right here. Like, but I think at one point the town like dug this out, and it backs up here and it floods his house.
Correct.
That's
what I think.
on Richard, right? That's on Richard.
Excuse me, it just doesn't flood that house. It floods all 6 houses along Ralph Lane. It goes from my parents' backyard, through the houses across the street, and down to Putnam to that culvert.
Yeah, I mean, I remember this from, a long time ago. I mean, I've been the engineer for, a while here. And,
Peter, in
yeah.
all due respect, when you do new construction, as you can imagine, it alters the geography of the land, which
Yeah, I
it
understand.
has to some degree.
I understand.
So and I've heard that we've had a extremely rainy season and this and that, but it's gotten progressively worse, and then it should have been addressed when the plans were done for the house.
What are you talking, so Jeff, so basically what you're saying is you have issues with the house that Matt constructed, that it's causing drainage issues for your mother's house, is that?
I don't know, because I'm not an engineer. It's gotten...
No, but I mean...
It's gotten progressively worse, yes.
But has it gotten worse since he built?
Okay, so...
Yes.
Okay.
In all due respect to Matt. And I want to be, and I've said this to you before, I want to be, as long as my mom has left on this earth at that house, I want to be a cordial neighbor to Matt and be a good neighbor.
Yep.
But I also don't want her to be on the short end of it while she's on this earth. And it's quite a, it floods. And I have time, date, stamped video of the flooding for the last 2 to 3 years. It was when you take, listen, I've learned since I've been here. I've learned about soil erosion, I've learned about sediment control, and when you take away the landscaping,
Yep.
it takes away the buffer to that. So
Yep.
I don't know, and at very little, if that seasonal stream could be cleaned out, because it is now level with the backyards. It's 360 feet along Ralph Lane. If that could just be cleaned out, but it is now level with the backyards.
Well, that's an
No one wants to
existing
see-
stream, right? I mean, so that was there before Matt built, correct?
It was there.
Yeah, so...
And it should have been addressed during the project, during the plans themselves. It should have been taken into consideration.
Well,
But
unfortunately,
landscaping-
so, I'm sorry, Jeff, but, like,
No.
unfortunately, this isn't like the venue to...
I was going to say, this reminds me of the subdivision we just looked at before, where they were having habitual flooding in the neighborhood, right? And that's something that, again,
that's-
we don't look at that because we're not looking at any of the building.
Okay. Please, someone tell me what recourse there is. If this is not the platform, please tell me the platform.
Well, I mean, if,
Because I've done...
It might be a combination between the highway department, right?
Yeah, and myself.
And the building, and the
Yeah.
engineer,
Well,
yes.
Howie told me to be patient. He's getting ready to retire. I've been pretty patient. I've been pretty
I think one of
patient.
the issues is that
Oh.
this little stream here, right, this is it. From what I heard talking to Howie was that when the town owned this property, and there is the easement, I think, recorded for drainage, it just goes from here to here. And I think they can't go on, the town can't go on private property to clean it out.
that's right.
Is that,
That's the.
you have it here as drainage easement on the map.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know, your map shows it as a drainage easement, but
Oh,
It is, but I don't know if it goes, off of my property. There's two other, where it's bottlenecked is at the Putnam Road. or-
Right, it intersects.
Yeah,
right
Well,
inter-
it's not just that, it's overgrown now. It's overgrown, there's trees that have blocked the passage of the
So
water.
here's kind of the problem with the whole Roosevelt
I guess we
Road
should
subdivision.
use this easement.
When the subdivision was like built, there was all these drainage channels that ran behind people's like houses and this and that. And I know this because we looked into this where where there's some houses in the area of, I don't know, 15, 17, 19 Roosevelt Road that have, their backyards are continually
Yes.
flooded.
Yep.
It's a really disgusting situation. And so we've learned, trying to help those people, that way back when, again, the subdivision was approved in the 60s, maybe built, I don't know, in the late 60s, 70s, that there was all these channels that were through back like yards. And through like research, the former town attorney found out when the town accepted the roads that they refused to accept all these drainage easements that are shown on the filed subdivision map, because the town board at that time knew that it was going to be a maintenance headache for the town having to get behind people's properties to do all this. So that doesn't answer what Tom
No.
has like a concern about, but I'm just saying that that's the history. And I think I remember from where that goes behind, your mom's house, it goes out to a culvert on, Putnam, right? So, and I remember we had issues with that I think at one point, I think it was Walt Doyle came out and cleaned some stuff out, but there was only so far that he could, go because we didn't have like permission to go any further. So, I think what we should do is get together, with Howie and maybe look at it and see what, if anything,
and
can
maybe
be
the town
done.
councilman too?
Huh?
And maybe the town councilman also?
Yeah, that's Greg Campus's area.
Okay, yep,
Yeah.
yep.
I know
Yeah.
Greg, I know Greg.
Yeah, so it's,
So-
that would help you to voice it to, but it does sound like a long-standing issue. I mean, they built the firehouse there, which ended up getting flooded, and they ended up having to move.
And the houses have settled. They've settled since
There's-
1960.
there's been a lot of
And
changes in
just a
60
couple
years.
inches with the water. I understand. that.
Yeah.
No, I know, I mean,
Understood.
Tom, I know that your mom's had I mean, I remember being called out there, I don't know how many like times, so,
Yeah.
I know.
It has gotten progressively worse.
Yeah.
As far
So is
as...
the weather.
Yeah, so,
Well,
what
then-
I'm,
Then everything should be addressed accordingly. If the weather's gotten worse, then we have to prepare for that and build
Right.
accordingly.
right, but for this application, for the subdivision, that doesn't,
That's okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, this isn't, the venue to be able to solve it, but we can go through other,
but you have the town engineer, and we bring in the town highway superintendent, and we bring in your town councilman, and see if there's anything at this point. Looks like there's partial easements on some of these.
yeah.
So-
I would like, Paul put the easement on the map, but he didn't give the library deed number, so we can't look it up. It'd be great if you could give us a copy of that, Matt,
Oh, yeah.
if they have it.
Right here, yeah. it's-
Yeah, I just
That
want to
portion.
see what it says about who's responsible, just confirming it's the town.
Oh, for that drainage easement.
Yeah.
and that would go up to Putnam at the end of the.
Just, yeah, well, some weird reason I thought it stopped. I think it's like highlighted, it like, I think it's only like this portion too, like across the driveway. It's something weird, but
That's what I'm asking.
But 60 years ago probably made sense.
Yeah.
But the landscape has changed and settled and
It was a little
and
bit more
overgrown
informal,
and.
a little bit more informal.
Yeah,
You know,
understood.
Who did what back then.
So yeah, if you could get the drainage easement over, then that would help,
Yeah.
just to figure things out.
Now to add, as far as the house goes, it's a beautiful house. You did a great job. I have no issue with the fact
Yep.
that I'm sure the other house will be just as, you
Yep.
know, just as stunning.
Okay, that's good.
But, yeah, and I applaud.
So why don't you do this, Jeff? I'm going to be away tomorrow through the following, like Thursday. Get a hold of Howie, and then after the 23rd, when I get back, and then we'll set up a meeting, we'll come out and we'll meet, and, we'll look at some stuff out there, we'll see what we can do.
Fair
All
enough.
right?
Thanks for your time.
Okay.
Thank you for coming out tonight and letting us know.
All right, good. Thank you. Thank you. That's all right. Thanks.
Is there anybody else who would like to speak to this application? Okay, there not being one, we would like to adjourn the public
Wait,
hearing.
no,
Oh, I'm sorry. Please come on down. I'm so sorry. Okay. Come on down and please state your name for the record and let us know your comments.
My name is Susan Buckley.
What was the last name?
Buckley,
Thank you.
and I live on Putnam Road. So I'm very new to all this. I've lived here a long time, but I'm new to the boards and all this kind of stuff because I never got involved with that. So from what I think I'm understanding, this board is only concerned with the land, not the construction. Does that make sense?
The subdivision, the moving of the adding of a line and creating two lots.
I don't know what even that means.
Oh, okay.
What does that mean?
It determines, like when you look out at your yard,
Yes?
imagine a line that goes around it up to the road.
Mhm.
That's your lot,
Okay.
right? And your neighbor has a lot, so he's taking a big lot and he's going to draw a line and down it and make two lots.
Mhm. So, my first question is, now we're being informed about all this, but this is the second phase of this whole thing. We were never informed about the first phase. So all I know is, in the first phase, all of a sudden, all these machines are cutting down all the trees behind my house, some of which I thought were on my property, but I assume that the company knows what they're doing, so I don't. Because first I thought, oh, this is nice. They're taking down all the trees, the dead trees, all this stuff is coming down, till they got right down to the dirt. Then it was a muddy field. Then there was a problem with when it rained, because it's a hill. So then it's raining, now they have to do something, so they put some kind of ground cover in. However, in my yard, that ground cover is poison ivy. So I'm thinking, that's a little strange, because I don't think they would have planted poison ivy, but whatever, that's what it is. But my question is, I want to know, and I don't even know who to ask now, because I'm confused. I want to know if anything is going to happen on the west side of Richard Road, because I've heard everything, and all we hear is rumors.
Where do you live? Which
I live
house
on
is
Putnam.
it?
which
What
is on
number?
22.
22,
So.
It's the third from the top.
1, 2, so you're right here?
yes.
Well, I don't think anything would happen there, because I think, didn't this become protective wetlands at one point or something, or
There's a
Army
100-foot
Corps?
buffer
Something, yeah.
around
But
the
yeah, no,
stream.
there's nothing happening there.
So why did they take all the trees down? Why did they do all
We
that?
didn't cut any trees in there.
They cut hundreds of trees!
No, well, he's saying he did.
On your property.
Well,
Amity Construction.
Yeah, that's my company.
That's the company, I see the trucks, I've gone out and spoke to the people.
Here.
I'm like, what are you doing?
Susan,
Just what we're told.
have you seen this aerial? This is your property,
Yes.
and this is where the trees, this is what's showing in aerial. There, it looks like trees were cut for a driveway and for a lawn.
The
Yeah,
driveway was like existing, and I never took any trees out there. The only trees that got taken out were on the right side, where the big spot is.
I don't know, I mean, I can show you pictures of my backyard from before and after.
So,
We've cut down
I think to
something
help you
that
out,
fell.
when a person buys a lot and they want to build, they do not come to this board, because they have, if they've bought the land and they're working with the building department to get their permits, they have a right to do that. So he's here because, again, he's taking one lot, and he's drawing a line down and making two lots. So what you are describing is construction, right? When someone goes to build a house and they need to clear the area and they need to put in seed or not. I mean, there's a lot of invasives around here that just go wild when you clear things out. So that's why you weren't notified for the first phase. Because to put in a house on his property, he went through all the proper
It was
channels.
a big lot. It was one big lot.
But they don't notify the residents
Right,
to say
exactly.
he's going to put in a house.
That's the problem. All we hear is rumors. I've heard that they're going to put 7 houses in there. I'm like,
Don't you
7
love the rumor
houses?
mill? Yeah, the rumor mills are wonderful, absolutely wonderful.
Yeah,
so
don't worry
I mean-
about the rumor mills, ignore
So
them.
usually I ignore it all
Ignore
until
'em. That's
Yeah.
good.
I can't ignore the fact that there's
So
machines in my backyard.
What is going on is he's putting in a second lot, and he's going to be putting another house there. What
But
we're
down
trying to do
here.
is work through some of the legal issues from, again, back when the subdivision was first done, and there were certain easements put in, and driveway stubs that were put in, and partial paper roads. That's kind of what he bought, was the remnants of all that. So they're going through all the legalese and setting everything straight. And on top of that, checking out drainage easements to see what's going on with that. But otherwise, it's construction of a house, and
Okay.
now another house.
So, yeah, someone here, I think it was this woman, said something about a 100-foot buffer.
So because there's a stream that goes across the property, the town has a restriction on disturbance within 100 feet of the stream.
Okay, so
So they can't like do anything there.
would they be able to build a house on the west side of
No, because that's where
Richard, which would,
Yeah,
Richard goes north-south, so north?
yeah, Richard goes north-south, and I live on the west side of that.
Okay.
So I didn't know if they could build something on the west side, which would be like right to the edge of my property line, another house between my house and Richard Road.
So potentially, one day in the future, I think they could come in and try and get approvals for that. That's not what is happening now. Right now, this is simply to draw a boundary line around one lot and a boundary line around a second lot, and that second lot could be sold.
You're right here. That's, yeah.
Actually, the stream looks like it goes under.
So this is like the septic area, and that's like the expansion area, so I don't think we'd ever do anything. Nothing would happen there.
You'd be,
Oh, good.
you wouldn't be able to,
Yeah,
right?
you
Yeah,
wouldn't be able to,
right.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Hopefully you learned something, I mean.
I did.
But it's only it's a total of 2 houses.
Single
One's already built.
Single-family home.
Yeah, single-family house.
Well, single-family homes, but they're huge, it's a mansion. So, single-family home, the
He's a big guy.
Thank you for coming out tonight.
Thank you
Really
very
appreciate it. Yep. Is there anybody else that would like to speak to this application? Okay, I don't see any hands. So we're looking to adjourn the public hearing for this. November. Right. So give time to go through what's going on next week with the town board, find out if there's any additional work that needs to be done, maybe the 19th? Do you think you could get you'd have to ask Paul, to get a
When I
final
spoke to Paul
plat?
yesterday, he was waiting on, he needed information on how we were doing, I think, like, maybe deed descriptions or something with the driveways. There was some kind of, something he was looking for.
I think that's the town board action,
He
right?
didn't ask me, but
So he
I'm
would-
happy to get on a email or call with
Okay,
him,
I
go over
know
it.
he was speaking to Pat Moore today about it, because they were trying to figure that out. But I can have him email you.
Okay.
All right, so we'll have Paul contact. In the meantime, we need to adjourn the public hearing.
I mean, we could do it for 2 weeks. Because I don't know if the town board is going to be prepared to act Monday. They might not. I don't know.
Right. Okay, so may I get a motion to adjourn the public hearing to November 5th?
Yeah.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We'll see you in 2
Thank you.
weeks.
I think it's 3, but.
All right, there are no more public hearings. The next item on the agenda is the Camp Victory Lake Auditorium Project.
There comes Mountain Man.
Hey, everyone.
Hi there.
Long time no see.
Long time no see.
Just gonna leave that there.
Like this guy, he's old school.
That's right. You gotta have the boards. What if that fails? What if there's an EMP? Never know.
True, exactly.
All right.
All right. Welcome back.
Good to see y'all. Bye, Pete.
Yes, we're going to swap out engineers.
Whatever you do, don't like embarrass Rennie.
I'll try my best.
Just so you know, our planning board engineer is recused from this, and instead we have Andy Learn from CPL Engineering.
Cool.
So last time I saw you, it was a very hot July day.
Yeah, it was.
Very hot.
Not jacket weather.
No, but now here we are, and it's fall.
Perfect.
And you have sent in a lot of information.
Yep. Cut down a few trees for it, so.
Yep. That's how it goes. So give us an update, if you could.
All right, here's the spiel. So, again, my name's Peter Sander, representing the applicants, which is the Northeastern Conference of Seventh-day Adventists. They own the Camp Victory Lake parcels, which is a collection of parcels as outlined on the master plan. We're here tonight for Phase 0, which, if you all remember, we were here a couple years ago for Phase 1 of the master plan, which we are putting on hold until we can work out the Phase 0, which is to get approved several improvements made to an existing structure that didn't go through the proper permitting process. So tonight we're here to go through the proper permitting process. So just to recap, the existing structure is a 11,000 square foot auditorium. There it is. 11,000 square foot auditorium, that's upside down. And what we are proposing is to construct a 3,500 square foot addition off the eastern side. So the reason we're doing that is because the structure never had any bathroom or water facilities inside of it. So because of the renovations, it pushed it over the building code threshold that it now requires those facilities. So rather than modify the existing structure, the applicants thought that it would be a good idea to do a building addition, which, as you're all aware, this property serves for the camp events and things like of that. So this building addition would allow the applicants to, one, provide water and sewer service for the existing structure, but two, kind of operate it so in an event that they don't want to open the whole facility, it does have updated bathroom, restroom facilities, and an atrium space to kind of meet up with everyone. So one of the things that the planning board had asked me to address was to go through and provide building elevations for the new addition, which we have since revised from our original to show dimensions for the structure, call out some additional color information for the structure, which we are proposing a light gray with a dark gray trim. This is to kind of provide a distinction between the red structure rather than try to blend and match. Because, you know, sometimes you try to blend, it doesn't really work. So we figure we'll keep something separate. And then we also went through and discussed the big, shiny HVAC systems, which, you know, everyone needs a pair of sunglasses to go by there. So we're trying to fix that. So as outlined in the plans and on that letter, we're proposing to actually eliminate one from view. So if you look at the existing conditions plan, we had one down here, right?
That was the one closest to the road, right?
That's the road-facing one. And then we also had one in the northwest corner, which is on the northwest corner. So what our architects were playing around with was actually to move the southern HVAC system to the top of the roof, where for most structures, the large structures, the HVAC systems are usually mounted on the roof. So what they're proposing to do is move it to the roof and then screen it with your traditional metal steel slat fencing that kind of obscures the view. So that treatment will be provided on both sides. So then now the giant shiny HVAC ducts that are road facing won't be visible. They'll enter the structure directly from the side. So,
Peter?
Yeah.
The roof structure is on the bathroom
yes.
structure?
Thank you.
Yes.
Not on the round
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Not on the
yeah.
Quonset hut.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
That would look terrible.
It
That
would look
even
really bad.
worse. Yeah, okay.
Do you have a detail of the traditional metal slat roofing fence?
Only on the building elevations. We'll provide them. It's right here. Again, you can't really see it.
No, but
It's
like, what do you mean by metal?
horizontal slat screening fence. So rather than your traditional chain link, this is more of a thicker metal bar that goes across flat and screens the view. So again, we can provide details on the civil engineering plans,
That'd be helpful, yep.
which I think makes perfect sense, so we'll go on and expand that. But to bring it back, so this system, now the HVAC system is currently mounted right on the side of the structure, right? So you
Yes.
can see it, it's shiny, all that. So what they're having, the architects are planning to do is come directly in that way. So that way it cuts all the ductwork off the roof, all the blinding work, puts it right in directly. Same with the northern one, we can't really move that one to the roof. So what we're doing is, again, large screen slat fencing, and then we're gonna cut the ductwork as small as we possibly can and enter in through the short way whilst getting that screen. So again, that reduces the reflectivity of that whole structure. And so that's what we wanted to discuss was, one, the screening for that, which we've also outlined additional landscaping in form of evergreen trees. That way it stays
Thank you.
screened all year round.
Yep.
And then I also wanted to do, one of the major updates we had was the provision of an emergency service road to provide another form of access for the fire department in case they wanted to get in there in case of an event, which we don't anticipate being any real concern because the new structure is going to be sprinklered. It has to be sprinklered. We've shown where we're going to be putting the tank up on a higher elevation, but we're going to be burying it. So wanted to make sure we address that. And then, and then we are also reconfiguring one of the existing open air pavilions, which we had reviewed during the phase 1 plans. It got built a little too close to the structure. So
1 foot?
1 foot. So for meeting building code, we're going to have to scoot that a little further north just to meet that 30-foot separation. So otherwise, we understand that there's some more work that needs to be done in these plans, but I wanted to get board feedback on the elevations, on our screening measures, so then we could go respond to Andy and Bonnie's comments, all of which made perfect sense, so we'll go through and address that, and then provide a stormwater management plan, expanding the conceptually designed bioretention practice that will be used to treat any new stormwater runoff from the structure and the parking area that we're going to refine. So with that, happy to answer any questions, and that's it.
Thank you so much for that great overview and for all the work that you've done to try to figure out how to take that big shiny monster and tame it. I'm going to ask Tad for any comments. And if Bonnie could help with the...
I'm sure that your louvered fence will be louvered at the right angle, that it's not visible from the road. And we have had other rooftop screenings in town that have not been successful, so I'm looking forward to a
Yes.
successful one.
Thank you. Ms. Franson.
So you do have our comments, and I won't go into all the detail, but in terms of phase 0, we didn't have a lot of comments, really. It's just a little bit of cleanup. We assume you're working to coordinate with the fire district. I think that was something that was going to happen. Most of our comments for phase 0 really had to do with the lighting and providing a bit more information. The master plan, it was cleanup. Again, you know, in the table, it might say a certain number of parking spaces. On the plan, it said a different number, so it was just making sure those were consistent. We did have EAF revisions that if we're going to circulate, just to clean those up. And then kind of longer term, now that the new New York State freshwater wetland regulations are in place, there are a couple pockets that are showing up as informational wetlands. They don't affect phase 0, but I think for your long-term planning, you'll probably want to check out and make sure and determine what, if anything, is jurisdictional there. So definitely not for today, but long-range planning, I think you should investigate that.
Yeah, and just to point out for the board, these wetlands that we're talking about are on the northern end of the project site. So our project right here is further enough away that even if we had if it was a DEC jurisdictional, we're still beyond the buffering area for that. But again, we'll go through, get that verified long-term.
Right, long-term.
Yep.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Lauren.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. You have my letter. I echo the comments from Bonnie about the jurisdictional determination. I think that's a really good idea. We mentioned the stormwater plan. I think you submitted one previously. It might just be an update to that one, but we'll
we'll
see
just
that,
have to. So to touch base, we submitted a large stormwater management plan for phase 1. Had all the background site information, all of that. We have to revise that for a phase 0 component. So that is because we exceed the 1 acre threshold. We're at 1.5 acres for disturbance. So that's required that we provide the SWIP. So we'll be working on that.
Good.
Great.
I'm happy to hear you're going to be coordinating with the fire district. The hopefully the access road addresses what they'll be looking for. We would like to see some turning movements too, just in case, depending on what the fire department's comments are in terms of where they need to get into the site. Let's see. And then we also had some comments on the lighting plan. I think we were pretty much on the same page as far as that's concerned. And then finally, just looking for a little more information on that water storage tank for the sprinkler system, just to get a sense of the size, how much excavation is going to be required.
Right.
I think you're going to be going into some rock. And then I did notice, I just happened to be looking at it today, it looked like the tank might be proposed where there's some improvements on the master plan, so just maybe some coordination on that as well.
Sure.
So.
Thank you. I don't know. Ms. Polidoro.
So, you will recall that the planning board previously reviewed a master plan for the full build-out of the site.
Yep.
And so, as he explained, he's coming in with some things that were done, not on the master plan, before they can even begin to implement the master plan. When you did the master plan review, you did a full seeker analysis on that and those buildings. So we had prepared for your consideration a resolution to reaffirm that prior seeker review. I will defer to Bonnie and Andy if they think we should hold off until we get a JD back.
Yeah, I don't think there's
Okay.
a need to hold that up.
I mean, if this were coming in on its own as a standalone change, it would probably be type 2 because it's less than 4,000 square feet.
Right, but
then they had, the pavilions and a few other little tweaks.
Just couple of little things.
Few tweaks. So we do have that resolution prepared if you're ready tonight. We also have to refer it to county planning.
Yep.
And to the Roosevelt Fire Department. So they have a lot of work left to do, but we can get those things moving.
But that will help get the comments that we
Yep.
just were talking about from the fire department.
That'd be great.
Great, thank you so much for that. Let's start to my right. Mr. Curcio, any comments on this application?
No.
Just some cleanup, right?
That's it, basically.
Ms. Lee?
No comments right now. Thank you.
Mr. Oliver?
No comments.
Yeah.
Ms. Wasser?
Get those
Do you need us to?
things.
We're working on it.
But thank you.
Yeah, of
They're
course.
so shiny. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Mr. Waters?
Yeah, I had a question just regarding the storage tank.
Sure.
That we're talking, is that on the west side or is that on the east side or?
It would be on the east. I don't know what's going on.
Make sure your phones aren't near the microphones.
So the storage tank is actually right here. So our intention is to bury it so that it'll be underground, you won't see it. But it's up on a higher elevation, so I figured that will help kind of with the pressure.
Is
East.
East.
That's on the east.
East, sorry.
Of the
Okay.
project.
Yeah,
Are you
because
talking
on
about
the
the one that you can see from the road?
No.
No.
The one they're proposing.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. I was thinking it was if it was on the west side, that property drops
Yes.
Yeah,
down.
significantly.
You could bury it, it could be buried very easily. but-
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'm gonna work with the architects on that. Either way, if it's buried, it's gonna be buried, and it's either gonna be provided pumps if it's buried in the lower areas, or probably more pumps even if it's buried in the upper areas, so.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you. Mr. Tuttle?
Just echo some of the comments I heard, lighting and such, just, yeah, a couple little things to figure out, and let's get it done.
Cool.
Yeah.
Get her done.
Get her done.
We went to the site. That was the other thing. Some of us went to the site, and it was,
Right.
we saw everything, and it was...
My daughter's an expert now.
She likes the shiny.
Yeah. Well, next time, sunglasses for everyone, just in case, so.
The inside of that building is very, surprising considering the HVAC.
I know, it is beautiful. They did
Very nice.
Yeah, they did a nice job.
a good job.
Yeah.
Just
Just
needed
cleaning it
permits.
up, just cleaning it up. So we do have a resolution prepared tonight to reaffirm the negative declaration for seeker and to circulate to Dutchess County Department of Planning and Fire District, the Roosevelt Fire District. Right, it's Roosevelt?
It is Roosevelt.
I do.
Before you start, Mr. Learn just suggested we also send it to the health department. So after fire district, just add and health department to item 3.
Yep.
Okay, good.
So this should be accurate.
Yep.
Okay. Resolution to reaffirm a negative declaration and circulate to Dutchess County Department of Planning and Development, Camp Victory Phase 0 Auditorium Extension, Resolution number 2025-28, whereas, now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Board hereby, 1, reaffirms the negative declaration adopted on December 7, 2022, 2, directs the Secretary to refer the project to the Dutchess County Department of Planning and Development pursuant to Section 239M of the General Municipal Law, 3, directs the Secretary to circulate a copy of the site plan set to the applicable fire district for review and to the Department of Health for review and comment thereon.
Second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? Motion carries unanimously.
Perfect.
There you go.
Awesome.
We're off and running.
Thank you so much, everyone.
we
I
have to set
appreciate
a
it,
hearing.
and we'll be back when we get all these figured out.
I didn't turn the page, hold on, there,
No, well,
I have
should we
good
wait
eyes
till
here.
they come back with their new submission? Or do
Yeah, that might be good.
you- How long do you need for your turnaround?
Tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow. Maybe, I would say like a month or so. There's some information I need to work out with the architects and,
Okay,
So should we set it for the 19th then? I mean,
or do you want to go, that's a
It'll be
month from now,
December.
it's
You need a
November.
month
Do you
to
want it
submit.
to go into December?
well, November 19th
First,
is a
first
month,
one?
but-
No, he needs
Oh,
a
to
month to
submit.
submit. Yeah.
What is the
What-
date?
what is this for? This is for the public hearing?
Yes.
Do you want us
Okay.
to wait to set the hearing until you have your new submission in?
No, I mean, I think it would make sense if we want to do the public hearing, let's get it out of the way
December
now.
3rd.
Because the
December 3rd,
application's
okay.
not going to change significantly. And if it does, the board deems it so, we'll just hold it open.
So December 3rd, sound good?
Yeah.
Oh, my birthday present. Cool.
Ooh. Is
it your birthday?
Yeah, December
Okay,
3rd.
that's awesome.
I'm a week after.
May I get a motion to set a
Oh,
public hearing
nice.
for the
December
Camp Victory
babies.
Lake Auditorium for December 3rd?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
December
We'll see you on your birthday.
Cool. Thank you so much, everyone.
Are you expecting cake?
I'm going to bring cupcakes for you guys.
Sagittarius.
Okay, thank you.
Should have known.
Next item on the agenda is an CIA Hotel and Villas.
CIA.
They are
Okay.
here for a site plan amendment and minor subdivision.
That's my whole roll.
Thank you, thank you.
I looked at it.
Got it. Thank you.
I'm not carrying it.
Thank you. See you.
There you go. Goodies. She read your, you read her mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Hey, how are you? Yep.
Right, thank you.
And there you have it, a $2,000 note.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming and,
Oh, I have this one.
Well, he certainly raised the energy bar
He always does.
Yep.
He always
Always
does.
does.
We love
It
him.
helps in a long meeting.
Yeah, we're
Yes,
gonna, I'm not sure we're gonna be able to
It's a
match it.
It's that second win.
It's
you
that
know?
halftime show. It's
Yeah.
And even when it's bad news, he's always smiling. It doesn't matter.
It's amazing.
Well, for us, it's double-edged sword. Obviously, really good to see you all. Hope you feel the same.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So seriously, I hope that, you'll agree that what this is all about is making a good project, maybe even better. I mean, that's what we've aspired and we've been working on the last couple of months. As you know, we're back before you on an amended site plan application, a subdivision, and ultimately some minor zoning amendment and some modified and new variances. So in the end, it's pretty much the same project as you approved. It does have some moving pieces and some minor increases. And as you'll hear from Michael, the long sought after Coco's development in earnest, which we really hope you'll like. A lot of work went into it. Try to keep it relatively short. Cynthia already gave me a harsh warning,
She
like.
just started the clock, so.
Yeah, like, Michael, don't talk a lot. Lou will describe the ongoing construction and the conditions in the site that some of you, or most of you are probably aware of. Mike Gotti will take you through some of the relevant changes from the approved project. Then I'll quickly summarize, some of the submissions you received with respect to the SECRA hard look that we took, hopefully demonstrating that the amendments will not result in any new significant adverse changes or impacts that were previously addressed. And I'll also just very briefly describe the zoning amendment and variance applications that you may have seen were attached to our application. So, and then obviously open it to questions. And again, I know you have a long agenda. So without any ado, Lou, you want to just take it from here?
Yes. Thank you, Michael.
Hello. Is this working?
Just want to make sure mine's working, because I like to talk, you know that. I got the pictures up there. All right, great. As many of you know, we've been working on the project now since you guys approved the tree cutting almost a year ago, actually.
Yeah.
So we have been diligently working on the Route 9 access, as you guys made clear to us was important in the project. So we have paved that recently. Actually last week we paved the entrance of that. It's looking really good right there, as you guys can see. But behind all that, which you can't really see, we have been working very hard getting the water main line in for the water line. We've been building the road. We've been excavating at the site of the Hearth building, and basically getting the site prepped for vertical construction. The fire department had a certain amount of conditions that we had to get ready for them. The water line, of course, being to within 1,000 feet of any building. That's currently being tested. Hopefully gets approved this week. The road had to be drivable. We've got it all the way back to what we call the Hearth building.
Wow.
And then we've been doing all our stormwater protection and erosion control back in there. So all of that's been taking place. Plus, the emergency access road was also paved, and we got that done earlier this week. End of last week. So we're moving along, hopefully in a position that we can start vertical construction soon.
Thank you.
All right. So I'll try and run through this quickly. You guys know I like to talk, so I'll be brief. Michael used the word changes. He told me not to use the word changes. These are improvements to the site. So I want to be very clear.
Monitoring the lawyer. I like it.
We've got eyes.
There we go. Okay. All right. So as I run through this, I think what I'd like to make sure is clear. None of this has changed. You know, the whole ethos of the design of this space is intact. Actually, you know, with the one and only coming in, you guys may know that, there's been, as I said, improvements. I was teasing, but the reality is it's brought it up a level, which is really terrific, because we feel it was at a great level to start. This is the page I'd like you guys to take a quick look at. And this, all right, so you have that in your plan here, these two plans. This is the approved plan from last year. This is the new, and if you take a good look at this, you can kind of see that there's very little change. The road work is all the same. Some of the things that we do want to point out, which are improvements, literally improvements, you guys may remember that this area here, I would zoom in, but this area here in the old plan was our maintenance building, and we had that stacked parking, and we all had the conversation about, boy, that's not the nicest thing, but we made it work, and we were going to screen it, we were going to do those things. You'll notice that in the new plan, that's gone, and I'll explain a little bit more about that. And then there's been just one modification to the two main buildings. One was the event space, which was originally planned for this area here, and our spa was planned for this. When our operator came in, they felt like it was better to have the spa here at the high point with some amazing views, and move the event space here. So that's really the big, not change, improvement to this. And then, of course, I think we were all concerned about our wonderful Coco's building and or Easy Street, for those who have been around even longer. Was it Easy Street before that? Okay. We were not happy about that entry. The ownership was able to negotiate this site here, and today that's pretty much what we want to talk about for the most part. What I thought I would do is just kind of run through all this. I think you'll recognize the architecture of this, the updated numbers, as Michael said, minor upgrades to the overall site. The site sections, an incredibly wonderful topography on this site that we're basically building on top of. We're not moving, we're trying not to move as much earth as possible, because the site is pretty perfect as it is. And you'll see as you work through here, those who have seen this for years, you'll recognize that the architecture here is maintained. We have that heritage wall. We have some of the more contemporary, more modern elements as you work through the site. Very consistent materials on our way through here. This is the new spa. This is overlooking the Hudson River. The back of the event, this is the spa as well. So you see the two views here. And you can work through that on your deck on your own. This is the new event space, not new, improved, moved, relocated. The back of that, as we work our way down, there's a kids building here, very small, overlooking the Winnicke. Our guest buildings, this cabin, quite beautiful, going to be a kind of a single room, kind of perched throughout the site. You'll see them on the major site plan. We have a small boutique hotel building here, about 18 rooms. This is some of the leaseholds starting to take shape. These are the 2-bedroom. And then you'll see here, if you've seen some of the marketing that's been out there, these are the 3-bedroom units. These are the 4-bedroom units, and so on. So you'll see a consistency in the architecture. This one I want to get back to, because this is the one I want to talk more about. You can work your way through these elevations. You'll see we're meeting all the height regulations. A lot of these haven't changed at all. The materiality, again, is very, very consistent with what was approved originally. You'll see the architecture is pretty much in line with where we were before. I'll work my way down here. Again, all these elevations are pretty much what you've seen in the past. Getting our way down here. The entry gateway. So here, the Coco's and Teaching Kitchen elevations. We'll dive right into this. This is, I'm happy to report that Rob and I have a good relationship, and I felt I should reach out to him. The deck you have is a different image for this building, and as he did before, he's helped us improve this quite a bit. It was kind of a flat elevation. We felt like we did want to add some articulation to this elevation. This The building behind here, it's you guys, this is the intersection where we enter. There'll be a retail building here in the front that faces Route 9. We're getting close to Route 9. You guys have asked us to kind of push that building forward. I think that's the goal, is to get some of these buildings more in front and maybe put the parking behind as you redevelop and as Route 9 continues to develop. So we listened on that, and we like that as well, and I'll show a nice rendering of the back of this. This building here is our back of house now. It's a relocation of that maintenance area that we had in the middle of the site before. So this helped us tremendously to get rid of the parking, because we're going to have the parking now behind here, the valet parking essentially for the entire development. As a guest, you'll arrive at the main building, your car will go back there, and it's really meant when you're staying here, you're not in a car. You're either being buggied to wherever you're going to be, or you're walking, something like that. So that's the whole ethos of a one and only resort. Here I want you to, if I may ask you, take a look at the proportions of this building as it relates to the front building, because the renderings are a little off, and I can do them again if you guys want me to. But the renderings, let me see if I can find it easily here. Going back to the renderings now for the Coco's space. What's that?
What page?
I got A1.11.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. So as you're working your way down, heading south on Route 9, this is what we envision to be the building. Again, using some of the materials that we're going to be using in the main campus of this whole development, but creating, just hearkening back to some of the original pedimented buildings that you see in Old Hyde Park, some of these exposed trusses. The idea here is that these retailers will have a window just out to Route 9. The entrance is actually behind the building as you work your way around and go to the parking beyond. So you can kind of see that here. Cars, we didn't like the entry and exit off of Route 9. Nobody did, the Coco's. And we've kind of solved that problem by asking the patrons to come basically into our development, and then they'll park here for the retail, which is here in the front, and the retail is going to be affiliated with, or we're looking at markets, maybe farm to table, it's TBD, but it'll be a leased retail development here in the front, which is really that's your front door. The back of house building, where we're going to now have our maintenance building, we're going to have our loading and receiving, we're going to have our cafeteria for the workers and all that stuff in the building that's basically behind here. We wanted to design this so that this is really the screen for that, and we're accomplishing that. But you can see that this building, if you noticed on that elevation, this is much taller in this rendering. I'm going to yell at my team when I get back, but it's a little tall here. So as you work your way behind here, this view, this one we're getting really excited about, and this is where Rob helped us quite a bit. So we look at this is going to be the entrance to the retail from the back, from the parking area, and this is really meant to be, just the same materials. It's supposed to kind of blend in here and kind of get you ready for what you're going to experience in the main development. So we're using all the same natural materials that you're going to see throughout here, and we felt like just kind of building some articulation in there. I think the original drawings that we sent you a couple weeks ago really showed more of a flat facade. And again, in working with you and your team, we felt like this is a really good solution. So you can look at the proportions, if you will, on the elevations as opposed to these renderings. But we like the vibe of this image here, because it does kind of tuck you back behind. It's a little bit of a different experience for the customers. And then lastly, there's an extra building that we are going to construct here, and we're excited about this one too. This is affiliated with the Culinary Institute, to be a series of teaching kitchens, which will be part of the amenity program for the main development. And this corner element, we did have a little discussion, Rob and I. It's a hydroponic farm, a vertical farm element. We know that the big glass boxes is probably not a thing for a Hyde Park development, but we are kind of behind the walls here. We're kind of creating our own architectural language. And this is going to be a really important piece. It needs the natural light, as you can imagine, but there's elements of this is going to be really an interesting part of the amenity program here. So the chefs that are going to be in the teaching kitchen will come out here and kind of pick the herbs and do the things that they need to do. And it's supposed to be a kind of an immersive experience for the customers. So, what's that? Oh, yeah, well, the fence? Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, the whole idea is that this you're not going to see. Chris is telling me this building you really can't see from Route 9. As you come in, you're going to be making that left-hand turn. You're going to go through the gate, and then you'll enter that. But most of the people that are going to be here are going to be coming from the development back in their golf cart or whatever. So, want to dive in? Michael, did you want to talk about the zoning stuff first? Or
Yeah, let me
okay.
get into that.
Okay. Let me get that up for you.
Okay. So, before we get to the map, I just wanted to touch on very quickly the secret. As you probably saw, we went to great lengths to hopefully provide you all with the necessary information, studies and hard look to hopefully affirm or perhaps amend as necessary a prior negative declaration. And to that end, one learns, and having gone through this process, you saw we undertook multiple technical studies, updated all of them with most of the same consultants we used last time, as well as we met with the DEC, we met with DOT, we met with the fire districts, we met with the Army Corps of Engineers, we met with SHPO, we met with various of your staff. And, respectfully, I hope we adequately demonstrated that the impacts of the project amendments will not result in any new significant adverse impacts that were not previously addressed. So, for example, and I'm just going to bullet it, while the disturbance to the site has increased by 4.78 acres and the impervious by 4 acres, substantial percentage of that is obviously the Coco's development. There's very little of that on the main site, although there is some. And as you know, the Coco's development, the Coco parcel was probably 1 acre, and that was already fully disturbed and the like. However, same area, same project, same program, same parties and the like, it's all the same project. No new wetland encroachments. We'll have a net, now we've already talked about with the DEC and with the regional administrator there that will be grandfathered with respect to the buffer area, but there's going to be a net decrease of disturbance into the buffer areas. And in the Coco's development, there's no encroachment into the buffer areas. So we tried to, even though we're grandfathered as a project, we just thought that made sense. No new archaeological or historic sites are going to be impacted. We had HeartGen go in and do the various studies. No new endangered species issues. We had the bat specialists go out and look at specifically the bat in that area, that couple of acres behind. Redid our lighting, studies. No, I don't think there's any new significant adverse lighting impacts.
We learned our lesson the first time.
Yes. We did it 18 times on our own without Michael giving us. Small increase in the sewage, but it's going to be handled by the existing CIA system and their capacity. No new road improvements necessary. We met with the DOT, did all the accounts, they analyzed accounts. All of these letters or notices are in your packet from the DOT, we met with the FDR and got a letter of no objections from them, from National Park Service. That's in your packet. We met with the conservancies, Winnicke and Scenic Hudson, and no new objections and no objections. We have reached out forcefully or aggressively with the fire districts, I should say, to work with them up front. Both, now we have 2 of them more. You have more Roosevelt because of the Coco's development, that's within their jurisdiction, and Hyde Park, and we've, been making all the adjustments that we did last time, and working with them to ensure full access and the like. So, and we hope, that, the work that we've done with respect to the aesthetics and some of the design work, including, with respect to Coco's, that has reaffirmed our dedication to good design and architectural standards and aesthetics. That's been important, obviously, and worked hard for that. So, maybe we can go to the zoning map. Well, if we're going to do that, you might as well put on the ball game. I mean,
we got 25 minutes until the ball game.
Okay. All right. How much more time do I have?
Let's go.
5 minutes. Okay. So the zoning. We had met with your staff and I think reached a general consensus on the zoning. Center, I just get up on that. So.
You should give him the handheld.
Michael.
What's that?
The mic.
Oh, sorry. That, as you probably know, this was CB, and that included the Cocoa parcel, which was a separate parcel. This was already a merged parcel with the project. We had a number of issues arose when we were talking with staff, and I think we reached a general consensus that it made sense to rezone this parcel to the SAD, the light blue. One, we had a couple of units, villas that were in that, and we wanted to be consistent, even though we thought, well, maybe you can classify them under a different. The staff and felt that it made more sense, since you already have a definition for those, to bring them in the SAD, and obviously this was all considered CIA property when they zoned it. We also got into a discussion with, as you know, under the CB, the maximum gross square footage in a CB district, which is 65,000 square feet. And there was some discussion of whether that was really meant to be interpreted per building or per use. And I think it was the feeling of the staff that the CB, it should be no more than 65,000 square feet of gross square footage in a CB parcel. Well, when you looked at the 2 parcels, we would have exceeded that dramatically. So what we did is, by adding this into the SAD district, this area, which is also obviously related to the resort, and it made sense, and it leaves us with an excess in the CB of about 1,000 square feet, like 66,000, that will have to go in for a variance on that. And they just issued a variance, the ZBA, on the scaling, CB scale, in another project, I think a little more than ours. However, what we did is we retained the CB on the actual Cocoa parcel for a couple of reasons. One, there's retail, which is not permitted in the SAD. And as you know, we would have had the 150-foot buffer if we brought that into the SAD. Setback, I'm sorry, setback. So we kept that in the CB district. We also, one of the things that Michael didn't mention, we have a photograph of it, is we moved the pickleball courts to this area. Previously, it was right in the middle of the villas, and it was decided that that would really be very disruptive. So that's, again, it works in the CB district. We're also, as part of our application, subdivision application, we're going to merge the two parcels, just like we did with that. And that's important for, you know, the various setback reasons. And again, they're all owned by the CIA. So it's pretty consistent. So then we had as I mentioned before, we have a subdivision application with this, that's to merge these two. And the CIA also, if you recall, this parcel extends over the Marichi into the campus of about 20 acres. And the CIA Culinary Institute wanted us to subdivide it and not have part of the resort parcel in the campus. So we were looking to, in your subdivision application, you'll see creating a new 20-acre parcel approximately that'll be part of the campus, the CIA. Still owned by the CIA, still, you know, still same zoning and alike, just not part of the, not part of.
So the Marichi Kill is the line?
Marichi Kill, right. The Marichi Kill will be the dividing.
Okay.
So let me touch on very quickly the variance. Again, you have this in your packet. Okay, so we have a couple of new variances. We have the first variance that you'll see with a photograph afterwards is one and only is insisting for security reasons that there's a fence that comes along here for security and then comes up here, and then you have the Marichi Kill acts as its own sort of barrier. You'll see we tried to design a fence that really was unobtrusive, but what you do have is you have one area that it comes within 6 feet of our property line. Most of the area we've following the ridge, the topo line, we're at least, you know, 100 almost. This is the 150 foot back, is pretty pushed back. Even with leaf off, you can hardly see it. You really can't see this. You can see a little bit of area here, and you really can't even see this because this happens to be one area where you may see there's a 40-foot right-of-way for DOT right there. That's wooded. So even though the setback is 6 feet, you know, the fence from our property line, it's another 40 feet plus from Route 9. You really don't see that one at all, and that's the worst. That's the part. The pickleball, as I mentioned before, will be part of the scale. It's about now, this will be the new variance that will be at 1,600 feet over or 1,300 feet over the 65,000 that the two purple will total 66,391 and 65,000. So that's a new variance. We also have a small little new variance. There was a prior one in this area. I'm sorry, this was a prior variance in that area. That's been approved. So we don't unchange. The two Marichi Kill variances are unchanged. And then you have the other new variance is the parking lot is we don't have the 15% landscaping. Now, the reason being twofold. One, we are screening. We will have screening all along in here, so you won't see it from Route 9 or like. It's not a public access. It's all going to be, it's all valet. So, as Michael said, it just, people will drive their cars up and it'll just be valeted use. Plus, we wanted to stay out of, if we would have added that, we would have had to expand this and we'd be into the 100-foot buffer setbacks right right in here, wetland. So that was the reason we're going to try to seek that variance. The other variances are modified variances. We had two variances in here previously, one for the boundary line, the 100-foot, and another one for the stream corridor, 100-foot. The first one, the green, was the pool in the northern boundary. That one is eliminated, and it's replaced with a 12-foot retaining wall here, and then it has a little bit of grading in this area, and retaining wall that helps us with the trailway. These are trails and hooking into the end. So that will have a small encroachment into that 100-foot area. Again, we've run this by the FDR and the parks, and they're fine with them. They've seen these, and we've presented to them. No new height, no new view sheds, no new, if anything, a little bit less. And the other modification is previously we had in the stream corridor, we had we were 27 feet into the stream corridor for pool grading. That's no longer necessary, but there'll be a new variance a little bit in the stream corridor for a retaining wall and a little bit for the event lawn that works with the event lawn there. So those are really, this area is, I think at the end of the day, we'll have less disturbance, a little bit less disturbance, but they're pretty much, pretty much the same. So I want to show the pictures. Yeah, why don't Michael show pictures, then I'll finish and open for questions.
So on the last,
Whoa.
He was not as loud as I am. Sorry about that. The last two images in the package I gave you, I'm happy to say that you can't really see a lot of that because it really is meant to be screened. That the whole idea of this from the Hudson, the Scenic Hudson guys, we're very concerned about this. We have about a 60, 80-foot canopy of trees on this site. None of our buildings are over 30 feet. So certainly in the summertime, you're not going to see it. These are leaf-off photographs of what this is going to be from the Hudson River. So that you guys saw before. It hasn't really changed. But this is the area that Michael just went through. We're thinking of a black chain link, very simple fence for their security. Once this gets passed, you'll recognize this as the emergency entry there. It's really the only place you're going to see the fence. We'll have a gate here for the fire department or whoever emergency vehicles have to get in here. The fence itself will kind of dip with the topography, and as Michael described, as it gets up onto that hill, we're finding the most advantageous place to actually install the fence. But in the foreground, it's going to be heavy brush most of the year, if not all of the year. That'll pretty much hide. It's only a 6-foot fence. And that makes its way to the north all the way up to Coco's, and it joins the fencing that we will have around the pickleball courts. So that's what you see in this image here at the bottom. Again, we do a little blow up, but this is our intersection, and you'll see as you look inside here, it's 100 feet back. In the summer, you won't see anything. Leaf off, you'll see a little bit of that. This requires a 10-foot fence, I think, the pickle and the padel courts. So that's our goal with that. So as unobtrusive and inconspicuous as we can possibly do, that's our goal, as I'm sure it's yours.
So just in summary, sure you're going to have questions, sure there's going to be some issues for us to talk about. We do hope that because of sincerely hope that because of the comprehensiveness of the prior review and the familiarity we both have to this site and this project, including what we've learned and how we've tried to be proactive with a lot of these issues and knowing what the concerns are, that we can move this as relatively quickly as we can, and we're anxious to obviously start going vertical, and we really can't, for the most part, until we have this application. So there's a couple of steps that we're going to ask you to consider. One, you know, I know there's a proposed resolution to circulate the application. The involved agencies, as I said, we've met with most of them, or all of them at this point, so they'll be anxious to see it, and we appreciate that. Hopefully you'll pass that resolution tonight, because then they'll get to see the full application.
We do have one prepared.
We've shown them the plans. They've seen the plans already, most of them. Perhaps, if possible, we'd love to get any, you know, consultant comment letters, maybe in advance of the next meeting, so we can come to the next meeting on November 5th and provide some responses, or at least begin to engage on any issues. We also hope, we're going before the town board. We're on their agenda for the zoning on the 20th, and we're before the ZBA and the variances the 22nd. Obviously, they can't take any action until you complete your secret. So, you know, we hope that you're able to do that at the earliest time. We'll, hopefully, maybe they can at least schedule the public hearings, and then they'll also need your recommendations, or whatever your recommendations might be, before they can make any determination. And then, you know, we'll hopefully be able to get to a conditional site plan, amended site plan approval, or determination, I should say, not be presumptuous, and subdivision, you know, at the earliest possible date. So, but it's good to be back. We appreciate, you know, we've always appreciated the hard work that you've put in on this project. We know we threw a lot at you, another pile. We tried to make it targeted and responsive and focused, and really give you the information you need to make an informed decision and fulfill your duties and obligations, you know, so.
We thank you for that, as always, as you know.
Questions, comments
So,
now, or?
I'm going to do
Shoot.
what we always do here, but I do appreciate the depth and the breadth of all of the improvements and shifts that you're making to make this project work for the one and only partnership that you have. So I'm going to start with Tad. Give that lady a microphone.
So you're putting a property line along the Marichakill, correct? And you're going to divide along the Marichakill from the main campus to
We're going to put, we're thinking of putting it on the land, not in the middle of the Marichakill. In other words, on the northern side of the Marichakill.
Okay.
About 10 feet north of the stream bed.
So will that pedestrian bridge still be active? It will. It will connect to the campus.
Same bridge, same everything, and we currently have an easement with respect to that as part of the project.
Yeah,
Okay.
The lot will need an easement now.
Excuse me?
That's what I'm...
Yeah, yes, so we're going to have the same questions about the easement. So you have an easement as part of your leasehold, but it's going to have to go to the lot, the fee now, because they could sell off the fee to someone else. So we'll have to create also parking.
They'll have to run with the land,
potentially.
go to the
Yeah.
fee. Okay.
Because the overflow parking, the pedestrian access, the sewage line.
It's not
maybe
that
a
different
transportation
than it was
cross-
before, but,
It's a property line, you're going to need a transportation corp, right?
yeah, it was all, it was all in the same lot, yeah.
Well,
yeah,
same
yeah.
ownership now.
All right,
but
we'll
sold.
work that out, the technicality. It's
Okay.
just technicality of how we paper it. So I
Sewer and
I
the
appreciate
water
that.
fall into the same ownership.
So they won't require transportation corporation?
It can't be sold.
Chris?
Same owner, I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't either. With the last discussions I had with the health department and stuff,
One of the concerns that I had when we did the first iteration of this was that the CIA students be able to walk through the development to get up to shopping availability up at Stop and Shop. And I'm just trying to make sure that they will still have a free flow to be able to walk through the property.
Nothing, to the best of my knowledge, nothing has been contemplated to change from
Okay.
where they would have gone previously.
Okay. And then the fence is going to terminate, the fence along Route 9, will it terminate or will it turn into the property?
It's not going to truly, it's going to turn into the property and terminate, but it won't
Okay.
have, it won't be down into the.
It won't go all the way around?
No.
Okay.
It's just to block access from Route 9 or on the edges. It's
Okay.
just going to turn back.
All right.
If you look at it, he's got it pretty, yeah, you can see where it turns back.
And then it connects to the pickleball.
Oh.
Yeah, and then connects to the pickleball courts
Okay.
on one side.
Okay, so it doesn't even go all the way? Okay.
Yeah, it does not go down.
They
All
were
right.
most concerned about the access from Route 9.
Okay. And it's just a chain link fence, no wire on top? Okay. And, okay.
Ted, do they need
Do
a
you mean
variance?
like barbed wire?
For the 10-foot high chain link?
Around the pickleball court, I don't know, we're going to have to look. If it meets setback, it can go to the accessory structure height.
What was the question?
The height of the pickleball
around-
fence.
For the
If
10-foot?
it needed a variance, yeah. I don't know if
It
you
may
guys-
or may
You might
not,
need a
depending
var-
on
that's what
how
I
far
thought,
into
too.
the property
What's that?
it is.
That you might need a variance for the height of the
To
fence.
the pickleball fence.
Yeah.
because
Depending
it's
on
10
how
foot.
far into the property it is, if it meets the setback, it won't need a variance?
It meets the setback.
It'll meet the setback, because we'll be in this, that'll be in the CB.
We're over 100 feet in.
Okay.
That'll be in the CB. It's
So
in the
then it
CB
can go
now.
higher.
It will remain the CB.
It looks like you're taking a piece that was in the SAD and putting it in the CB on the south side of your entrance road? That was always in the,
corridor business.
This is
okay,
They're bringing SAD around it.
okay.
Right.
I didn't think that was part of the Coco's parcel. I thought that was
Wasn't part
part
of the
of,
parcel, but it was in the district.
okay.
Yes. Anything
Okay,
else?
that's all I've got.
Okay. Bonnie?
So we are working on a draft memo, which we'll have in advance of the next meeting for review, going through the seeker and the plans. We did have a informal workshop, a collection of people. The fence did come up, the design, only to the extent that it's visible. I don't know if it would be possible or useful to, at the closest points where the fence may be, to put a stake there or something, just to confirm it wouldn't be visible, like an orange stake or something. And if it were, one possibility, well, I don't know if it's a possibility, but if you look at prime storage, the fence there, something that's slightly more decorative, if it's visible, to consider. Another question was, with regard to the parking, someone had discussed whether you could actually put some kind of solar canopy on it. Would that be considered? Would it be possible, since if you're not putting the landscaping in, maybe there'd be a way to shade the parking lot and have some benefit? So I don't know if that's good or bad. It was just, again, a comment that was thrown out there. Another that was raised, again, I know it was brought up the first time around, was the concept of a connector driveway to allow access from the couple parcels that are north of Coco's to get back to that intersection. I know we've talked about it before, but it was raised again since you're here again. So
We hear you. Well, it's same reasons we gave that it wasn't feasible before, we would repeat.
Okay.
I know that sounds...
What were those reasons again?
Act of Congress.
So, I mean, if you could, like, repeat it?
Well,
Just,
That-
I mean,
that
besides
was-
the fact of you don't...
No,
want-
there was
you don't want
topo,
to-
there was easements, there was the Park Service had an easement.
know that,
there-
right.
There was some topo, remember that Park Service easement that we showed?
But just to get to
but
the.
I think the
to the
request might be
shopping
a little
center.
bit smaller to
Van
just
Valkenburg.
connect to the adjacent property right next door, so they have an access way. The beer store and that property could actually exit out by the light.
It could also bring in more people through that intersection, which could cause issues.
It's a lighted
I think there's a security issue.
traffic control in there.
Yeah.
The
As
what?
opposed to making a
Right,
left
you
turn,
gotta-
right?
Yeah,
the light.
I mean, that would improve it, you know?
Well, it might just create level, it
Well,
could,
I think the bottom line is it's a smaller request than the let's connect to Stop
Okay,
and Shop, which
do you guys
which, as you
understand?
said, is a long list of very hard to get.
Yeah.
I think I'm hearing that they would want you to go to DOT and to look into it.
let us look at it. It's not it's not something that you ordinarily want to do, connect to a neighbor and something like this. You're trying to create a brand, you're trying to create something, it's not a real, but let us look at it. It's
Well, in this...
it's a tough ask.
No, go ahead.
Let me just go jump in, so this is, as some of us longtime, like, members here, and folks that are on the planning board, where this dates back to when we approved, the Stop and Shop, where that is, and there was always the thought, well, how do we improve that? And it was, hey, if this area that they're here before us now ever like develops to get out to the traffic light, maybe, that would help the whole flow of traffic through there, because we all know, how difficult it was to get out of where Coco's was in the Van Valkenburg, like Plaza, but then, of course, Michael correctly states about the 25-foot access strip that's in like the federal hands, so we know that that's never going to happen. I mean, and...
Right, no.
So
we
that's,
know.
this is something that's been in the planning, and I think it was even recommended back when the town had some corridor management, like studies that were done over the years by various consultants.
Yep.
And so this is just something that's been in the works, so it's good to, I know it's not good for them, but it's something that, we
We
just
should
need
always
to
try to
kick
keep it in
around.
front of us, I mean.
We need to kick it around.
Yeah.
So,
You always
Right,
do
no,
put
it's
it in
fine.
front of us.
Well, I think if not now, then it's likely not to happen. I think, so this is
This would
sort
be the
of,
time to do it.
And
Yeah,
now it's
to
a much
consider
smaller
it.
request also. You're
Correct.
not trying to go all the way, Stop and Shop.
So
Right.
let me just be clear, you're asking us to connect to
the plaza next to...
the plaza.
Yeah.
is it like Darby's
Darby's and the beer store.
Yeah, the
And
back
Subway.
back side of that
Yeah.
parking right along the north side of the building. Very small strip there.
Yep.
Or at least to, yeah.
Well, where they would be able to access out. I mean, it doesn't have to go behind the
Yeah, it's
building.
just-
That would go through a security area for us.
And also the loading operations behind the back of house that
Yeah,
take place.
that's a security area.
All right, well, I'll
Let-
tell you what, we could sit here for another hour and beat this like to death, so why don't you guys go back and just take like a look at it, we understand.
And then give us
that
the bullet list.
It creates issues, there'd have to be, access easements, the other owner would have to like agree to it, there's insurance, issues, we know.
Yeah,
all-
security.
We know what all
I
the
mean-
issues are, but
All
we
right.
at least gotta look at it.
All right, we hear you. I mean,
Let it go for now.
You've
And
brought-
and maybe
you
as
brought
you're
it
writing
up
down those
before.
reasons, you can go, oh, but we could make it work this way. You never know.
yeah, let us,
Anything else, Bonnie?
Sorry.
no, that's it. I think those were the highlights, the
Okay.
big points, and then we'll have a memo to follow up.
Yeah, because I know you are working
Yep.
to get the full memo. Mr.
So I had a discussion with Chris Lapine, today, or maybe yesterday, or both. And so there are some things that, Chris has said that they have not, provided yet, which is erosion control, like phasing plan. There were some other things that they're, working with the owner and the construction manager on what's like the best way to do it. So I told Chris that I will be back on October 23rd. So after I get back, we said that we were going to have, a meeting, with Tad and just walk through the plans. And Chris thought that by that time, he would have more information, together in terms of sequencing and, phasing and that kind of stuff. So, and this way we can walk through, the SWIP, what changes were made. It's just, rather than me trying to sit and go through everything, it'd be easier if we just had a working meeting. It would go much smoother.
Sounds good.
I mean, for our stuff, we're gonna take a look at grading and erosion control. We'll look at, the SWIP, obviously. But again, the health department and, other folks are gonna deal with water and sewer and,
Yep.
some other things, so.
Okay,
All right, so that's where we are at the moment.
that sounds fair.
And to be specific, those are
Chris,
to
did I miss
support the-
anything?
Those plans are to support the 5-acre waiver that we obtained last time and that we're going to request again. You've covered everything, Pete.
Thank you. Ms. Polidoro.
Okay, so we're still working through the submission. We want to coordinate with Tad on all of the variances that are needed and her interpretation, does the pickleball court count as scale and those sorts of issues. But the rendering that you showed of the Coco's building, it's very close to the street. And so I just want to draw your attention, the code does require that you maintain pedestrian access from the street to the buildings, so.
It does look like that on the plan.
We have
Does
that.
it?
Yeah.
We have that. We've
The
connected.
renderings.
Okay.
We've connected the sidewalk and the right-of-way to the sidewalk along the frontage of the building.
So there will be a sidewalk along the front?
Yes.
And then you said access is in the back, though. Will there be an access from the front?
They'll have access from both the front and the rear of the building.
Okay.
Oh, so you can have pedestrians walk in?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure that you were complying with
not
those
really
sections.
clear.
No.
The doors are shut.
There's no access.
That's not really clear on these elevations
Yeah.
or these renderings.
You can walk along. but
You guys.
walk into the building.
Hey, guys.
There's doors.
You can, one second.
Go ahead and speak
Okay.
up.
That's okay, I'll wait.
What else you have?
Well, Gigi had a comment.
Yeah, okay, keep going.
Oh, I just wanted to make a comment. It really isn't clear about the sidewalk, this Coco's building, and in this renderings or in this plan. So maybe that's just a quick tweak, and then it will read better. Thank you.
Yeah, the code in this district requires a sidewalk along the full frontage of the lot.
There's plenty of room for that. We'll
Okay.
get that. We'll get that.
We were always
Yeah,
planning.
there were definitely-
The plans currently show a sidewalk along the frontage of the lot and along the frontage of the building.
So Joe just said, they're in the engineering plans, the sidewalk. They weren't in the architectural.
Shame.
Oh, okay.
So they're in
All
there.
right.
Well, so, but now that you're combining with the big lot, is your sidewalk going all the way down the lot? The full frontage of the lot? Right, I mean, so, just think about that, or how you're gonna address that.
You're saying because we're combining the lots, the sidewalk should have to go down.
Well, maybe it's just the corridor business portion, I don't know, I think you gotta talk to Tad about how that section applies.
Because part of that is the pickleball court, right?
Yeah,
I mean, that may not be, but who knows? But they would have to.
No, we're not putting, we've.
so I just,
we- we've- we've
we're
put-
all gonna go through the regulations,
We've
but,
created an ADA accessible.
Okay, yeah, we're creating an ADA accessible sidewalks along the internal roads, pedestrian, that will go into those lots. Remember, and that's, who asked the question?
consistent.
Tad.
That was
That's where that's where the students and pedestrians can
This was
come
consistent
through
with
and
the
walk.
original approval as
Yeah,
well.
that was the original approval. That was
Right,
in there.
we're talking now along Route 9.
yeah, the corridor business district has
Yeah.
its own standard for sidewalks. That's,
But not in the SAD. There's nothing in the SAD.
I don't see it there, no.
I don't either. And what about the zoning change?
So, as Mr. Zarin pointed out, this board has to complete seeker
Okay,
before the town board will consider the zoning change, although they're going to go and get some initial feedback from the town board next week. There will also be a referral from the town board on the
Right.
specifics of the zoning.
Yep.
So I think everyone should dig in and look at the different district standards and decide
Yes.
if where these lines are being drawn is appropriate, and if, you agree with the proposal.
And just so the board knows, we have had some offline discussions that brought us to this point, so it has been kind of a mutual, we think that this looks like it is the good, a better way to go to make everything work, because otherwise you were going to have to get a number of variances when you extended some of those villas into the corridor business.
It would have been,
There was
yes.
all different, there was
different definitions of the villas. We would have had a major scale.
Yeah, we didn't want to have the hotel villas in two different districts under
Right.
two different uses,
Yes.
because that gets.
Well, first of all, they're not defined they're only
any other
defined in this.
district.
Yes.
We want to
So
call.
there was a lot of discussion, so just keep all that in mind because you guys have such good eyes, and you will find if there is something that's missing, or that we didn't think of.
I'm sure they appreciate that.
in our own way.
So for tonight, we do have a resolution prepared to not circulate under seeker, because you are the lead agency and this is the continuation of
Yep.
an existing application, but to refer this new updated plan set to all the involved and interested agencies so that they can send you comments.
Yeah, we called it a courtesy referral.
Courtesy
because we just
referral.
wanted
Yep.
all the materials, make sure that they're out in front of all these
Yep.
agencies that you've
No, I
already been in
I
contact
appreciate
with.
the way you did it. Thank you.
Okay.
And we're also going to send it to the county.
Can we do that? There's a note here that it might be too soon.
Oh. I mean, it's up to you guys, if you are ready to refer. It's a complete submission from my perspective. I mean, all the
Okay.
materials are there, but unless you think there's some significant
I'd
changes.
I'd rather do it all at once than 5 months from now go, oh, we never referred it to county.
Yeah, I think we can send it, and if county
You would never let
feels
that happen,
like
I know.
they want more information, they can ask for it. And if it changes, we'll send it back.
Yes, yes. All right, so we're gonna add that to this then. Okay. Anything else?
Just, as we go through the legal issues of cutting this lot off, I think they're going to have to talk to CIA, and we're going to have to think through what's going to be required now, because this lot could be sold to anyone, anytime. So the easements, the cross connections, the possible transportation corporation, all those things.
Yep.
But we'll get.
Well, as we learned earlier tonight, 60 years ago, there was a thought process that put in all these different easements, and, 60 years later, things change.
It's true.
Okay.
Does the culinary...
Cynthia, you may want to, Victoria, you may want to add
Town board.
the Roosevelt Fire District too, and
the town.
And the town board.
We caught those on our end.
You got that, okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Does the culinary currently have a transportation corporation for all the parcels that it owns that connect its
They
water and sewer?
don't, as far as I know, because it's an old system. I'm just wondering if
No, we don't have the town board.
if the subdivision
The
would
zoning board
now
of appeals, but not the
create that
town
need.
board.
Right, they're adding it.
And, probably want to avoid it because it's
Oh, it's
complicated.
Yes, we did. We had a conversation
It's in
with
here.
No, I know.
Health Department back
thought you
when,
were
and
just dotting
they
i's
were
and
good.
Yeah, as long as the
No, I'm,
ownership
So,
is the same.
it's Hyde.
Yes, town board is involved. Yeah.
Park Town.
The,
because you have to read it.
Huh?
Because you have to read it, yes.
Hyde.
Okay. So, Mr. Tuttle.
All right. Thank you very much, guys. Really appreciate the presentation. I continue to be impressed with the design of this project. The architecture is wonderful. I really like what you're doing here from a design perspective. I have some comments for you. We'll start. It sounds like I need to get maybe a little caught up on what the thinking was behind the zoning and the exact change. It seems a little messy to me right now, in particular the pickleball courts being part of the corridor business district. I understand the setback there, but I wonder, is that making you get the variance for the square footage? Are you trading a setback variance
No,
for
the
a square
pickleball
footage?
being there.
Right.
It's the only it's the best location on the site.
So absolutely. the
And it's
location-
already
Foot setback.
CB.
What's that?
The other district has a setback from Route 9.
Right, I know. So
Yeah.
what I'm saying is, that's why you're doing it. I understand
That's
why
why.
you're putting it in the corridor business.
And it's
district.
already CB zone.
Right, it's
So-
already CB.
So,
You're having to get this variance for square footage because it is just over the allowed square footage. Is the pickleball facility the reason?
no,
That gets you over
no,
that, over that
I don't
line?
think, the 1,500, the 1,300 on the scale variance is,
So Chris is saying it is, that it's getting you over the line for needing that variance. So you're trading a setback variance for a square
yes,
footage
okay,
variance.
yes.
And just initial off-the-top takeaway is that I'd rather see it in the SAD and have the corridor business district sort of limited to the business and retail elements over there. But I understand that there's been a lot of thinking that's gone into this, so I'm certainly, I'll think about this some more and probably talk to Victoria about it and Dan
Yep.
and think about it too.
But this is exactly the type of discussion that we would
Right.
like to have, yeah.
Yep. So not a matter of, it's just a matter of what's the cleanest way
Yeah,
to
it's
do
which,
this, right?
yeah.
So, yeah, the building setback is on my list, but it's already talked about. It looks okay to me on the plan that I'm looking at, but on the rendering, it looks like it is barely room for a tree up there. It's right up on there, so that's just an adjustment to make in the visuals there, probably. The parking lot, so the 15% landscaping, obviously, there's a couple reasons that requirement is in the code. One is, shady parking and pleasant, experience for people parking there, which isn't nearly as much of an issue here because you're doing valet parking. The other issues, drainage and heat sink. Drainage, I'm glad to see the underground storage proposed for the parking lot. That kind of answers that question for me. I would just encourage you, as you think about this over the next few weeks, is there anything to be done to sort of mitigate a little bit the expansive pavement that we've got for this parking lot? If it's a cover, if it's solar panels, if it's something that is, even if it's just a tree well there or something, right? To break up the heat sink here of that parking lot. Just something to think about and consider with that. The pickleball courts are a little more visible than I expected. I was trying to think about the grade change there and was thinking it was dropping down a little bit more. And the fence too, I sort of echo the comments from earlier about is chain link really the best option for that? Could it be metal, aluminum, or could it be maybe something more rustic would make sense, a hog wire or something? Just to consider the material for the fence there. Let's see. And then, also with the zoning, just to echo, the sidewalk consideration might be to avoid any of that in front of the pickleballs there, if that's in the CB. It's another reason it might make sense to put it back into the SAD instead.
Interesting.
There, avoid that question on the sidewalk for that section.
That's a good point, good issue. One of the reasons, just so you know, is the ZBA just issued a CB scale variance.
So you feel like you have better precedent for what
And
you're asking for on the
that was in
CB?
fact presented to us as to,
a
so,
reason to do it
but
this way.
your points are well taken.
Okay.
Let us talk about it.
That is all I have for right now. Thank you.
But wouldn't they need to get a variance if they kept it in the SAD for the setback?
They would,
Yeah.
but they wouldn't anymore for the square footage in the CB variance. So they'd be trading one variance for another.
Gotcha.
I don't know which one the ZBA would feel
look
more
more
sensitive to, the
favorably on, right,
150 foot
Gotcha.
or the,
Yep.
or the 1,300, but the sidewalk's an interesting issue.
The
too.
fact that it's not a building, that it is sport courts, to me, that presents a bit of a different argument as far as the setback
Yeah.
goes, but.
Thank you. Mr. Waters? Apparently you're already intimately involved with this.
I like the switching of the event space with the art building. Yeah, I think that makes sense because you want to keep partying and stuff away from guests that are in there. And spa is more tranquil. I think it'll be a lot quieter and moving it. And the reason for the views and things like that, it's
Look, I'm certain there's a tax credit.
Thank you for the updates on the COCO's structure. I had a suggestion maybe for something like that section of the fence that might be seen, you know, if that's just like, if you go south of the CIA building, they have piers that appear in between the fencing there, I think on that property that adjoins behind the chapel.
Oh, right.
Yeah, you know, so it might be something that you can mimic and bring that up, just to hide that one little section, if they need to treat that differently, since it's going to be visible, but, you know, rather than seeing the chain link fence. But I'm not opposed to the chain link fence, because I believe it will be gone, you know, disappear. But you know, and then the other thing is, I'm not crazy about the idea of connecting to the plaza north of Coco's, because I think it just, delivery trucks will be coming out onto there, possibly more congestion issues coming out using that light there. That's just my opinion of it, and I think you're creating a whole little world. Yeah, it's different. It's not really too visible from anything, and you just adding that traffic coming out using that light. And if that was the case, are they going to do anything to enhance that property north? Because you've invested all the time in money into doing that entry. So that's just my opinion of it. I think it's its own little world, and that's the way I think it should remain. I think the architecture is tremendous. I think it looks great. I think, you know, I like the hydroponic building now. I like the way that's set there. It's something different than the architecture. Obviously, in Hyde Park, we don't have glass buildings like that, but that's not going to be seen really, and it might be actually beneficial to have it visible, because I think you want to. That's an added selling feature to that property now. I think you had also green roofs and things pulled out now that we could see a little bit more of what's happening. So I appreciate that you did that, and you're you know, keeping the green roofs and things like that in this project. And I think the whole setting is more natural. I thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wasser.
Yeah, thanks. So I echo Rob's comments. I think the changes are improvements. I love the architecture and the design, the concept. I really appreciate it. I also, since Rob mentioned it, I'm going to reiterate, I agree about the entrance and not connecting to the adjacent retail property. I think it's incongruent with what you're creating there. And I think that deserves a kind of, I know there are planning reasons and traffic reasons for it, but I think what you're trying to create there in concept, also a planning issue, it should have its own committed entrance. And I look forward to seeing what's next. It's great.
Thank you. Mr. Oliver.
So I will be the unpopular voice for your connection, and mainly because my background is in planning, and this is our opportunity to look at that connection. It's part of our, I think it's the Greenway Corridor master study that the town did years back. And although I do understand the community that you're making, I feel like it would be wrong of me not to bring it up, because it is the opportunity to make that connection. With that comment aside, I think everything else you're doing is great. I love the architecture. I echo that the changes are improvements, and that's what we strive for up here is to continuously improve the projects that are before us, and you guys are doing that as well, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lee?
Okay, let's see, where to start. First of all, thank you so much for your dedication to aesthetics on this property, and also your clearing is phenomenal. From the Hudson River, I cannot even see the site. So I wanted to let you know that I really looked for it, and I couldn't find it. So I commend you on that. I think, you know, the whole process and this building and project, there has to be a sense of security for the people who are going to be staying in the hotel. And for that reason,
I'm having a hard time hearing.
I'm sorry, can you not hear me? I think that security for the people who are staying at the hotel and who will be interested in those villas, I think is paramount. So I also agree with not connecting anything to the north. And the black chain link fence, I actually have one off of my property, 10 feet back, and you really can't see a black chain link fence in the woods. So as long as we do it right, I think that that's suitable. That's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Grucio?
I think the project's fantastic. I don't see any issues with anything. The only question I have is why can't the culinary just take that piece of property and merge it with theirs and save all the variances that you may have to get? Why does it have to be a separate lot?
Oh. Because if you adopted the zoning of the CIA parcel,
Yeah.
that zoning has a setback from Route 9, which would mean the Coco's building would get pushed toward that wetland complex.
So I'm talking about off the Marija Kill.
Oh, you mean the fact that they need to bring it up to the Marija?
Oh, I see.
On that side. Why can't the culinary just merge that with their property instead of making it a separate lot?
I'd have to ask them. I mean, they have their own reasons.
That's driven by the culinary, right? Yeah.
Good point. If making it a separate
You don't have
lot
to get the
versus
easement.
merging becomes an issue, they may agree that that might be the path. So it's a good point.
I mean, 'cause
We were taking their lead, and we thought it was innocuous for the project. You tell us how you want to do it, but if it is an issue, we'll talk about it with them.
And the only other thing I would make a comment, this project is beautiful, and the building next north of it is not so. I get why you don't want to merge the two, or not so much, I don't want to use the term merge, but build a road that connects the two. I get it, but I think it's already, I don't want to use the term, you know, but it's going to really look different next to your project. And maybe by connecting the two, there might be an impetus to sell and improve it. I know it sounds crazy, but
Oh, I understand the reason not to.
you know,
But yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I think either way, it's not a positive for you. You know? I mean, it's not a bad building. It just doesn't compare to what you're doing here.
Yeah, it's
You know.
it's rolling the dice, but look, we understand
they have their
we
marching
understand where
orders.
you're coming
Yep,
from.
yep.
And you understand where we're coming from, but
Exactly, I get it. I
we'll
mean,
think
because I'm
about it.
envisioning people using that, coming from behind there, coming out onto Route 9, and then people coming and turning into your driveway and going around it through. You know, you'll have more traffic, not necessarily related to what you're trying to do on your property,
Yeah.
basically.
Yep.
It's not really,
We'll look at it.
I'm sorry,
We will
I mean-
sincerely look at it.
I'm just trying to think long-term.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just long-term.
Yep.
But other than that, I mean, to me, this all sounds like working out variances and things like that, which should be able to be worked out for you guys. 'Cause it's-
No question. And it will help also you guys on the variance issues, give us something that we could take to the ZBA.
Sure. Yep.
I mean, there's nothing like this I've seen anywhere, so. It's fantastic.
You could be the same.
Registered trademark.
Anything else, John? Thank you. So you've gotten a lot of feedback tonight.
Real good feedback.
I just had a couple of comments. I also thank you guys for, again, just committing to such a high standard, especially down there, where there's so much focus down there. Need it to look good. It just looks fantastic. And I just want to thank my colleagues on the planning board here, but especially Rob, who has been really helping you to find that look and feel that could work really well up here.
And he's made an agreement to invest $10 million in
Whoa,
that, which was fantastic. Thank you, Bob. I wasn't going to mention it, but as long as it just came out.
Yep. Yeah, there you go. So, and I know we'll work through the actual zoning. I like the comments that we've heard as to why we might look a little closer at where we're drawing the lines to change the CB into the SAD. One of the ideas that just popped into my mind, or actually concerns, is the pickleball court. So there is a pickleball court down at Quiet Cove, which is just south of you guys. There's tournaments, right? It's really popular. But this time of year, they have lights because their tournaments go late, and the lights are blinding. I'm surprised there hasn't been accidents on Route 9 because they're not screened, and it's down a hill and they're like right in your eyes. So I would just ask you to take a look at the lighting. I know you always do.
It's a great issue.
But because it's
Great.
sports, that they're going to have to be really, really bright.
Smart.
So I would just ask you to take a look at that.
We'll follow the town's lighting standards.
Right, I'm just saying this is kind of a special, it's not a regular, it's not like a parking lot. You need to have high-intensity lighting, so.
It's a really good point.
Yeah, really good point.
The only other thing, actually, two other things. One is, so the teaching kitchen, interestingly, this town was riddled, had tons and tons of greenhouses for violets, if you go back about 100 years. So we had tons of glass houses, glass enclosures, glass buildings, tons and tons of examples of architecture that are around that, but I wouldn't shy away from it, because that's a huge part. Violet Avenue, which is Route 9G, is named that because of we're the heart of violets back in the day. And
Violets.
so, yeah, it was a huge thing in the Victorian age, and
Yeah, cozy.
yeah. So I would just say that's a little piece of Hyde Park that.
Into that story, I like that.
Yeah.
Use that.
Yep.
Say I made it up.
There you go. There you go.
Hyde Park is to Violet Avenue is to violets as Holland is to bulbs.
Yes. No, it really was. It was
That's
at
really
one
how it
point. It
was
was.
treated.
So don't shy away from a glass house. It really actually is so Hyde Park that it's not even funny. I also would just ask. I would echo that I do want to explore the connection to the north. That lot. Here's my thinking. Let's say in 10 years, that lot is going to be bought up by someone because they're going to be so impressed with that, and it's going to change how it looks, and just long term, it will make probably for a better relationship between what you're building and something else could go there. You're going to find that you might want to expand up there. Who knows? But long term, the studies have shown that if we can get people to stop pulling out. There's, 5 openings all through there. It's a madhouse.
We're eliminating one.
You're eliminating one. I'll give you that. But if you could just continue to explore that, because long term, that might actually have much more use to you than you can actually think right now. Okay? So we do have tonight, we have a resolution to circulate. And we have a long list of involved and interested agencies. The consultants will be working on their comment letters to you as soon as they possibly can, so we can get this off and running.
Great.
And then we'll be working on the zoning amendment. And for my colleagues who love to, look into the zoning, look to see what we're talking about now and how the different areas may
Good.
play off of each other, especially when it comes to variances. Okay?
Good.
Go ahead.
So,
Oh,
we're
yes.
going in, I'd still like to go and, we're on their agenda,
Yes.
town board, just to introduce them to it.
Well, you should reintroduce the project, sure.
But maybe I can, maybe if there's possible, even if we could talk like before Monday, just to throw around some ideas or thoughts that you have, so we don't, I can get a little more clarity on that when I speak to them.
Victoria.
I'm kind of booked, but we can. Monday's tight, Michael.
I'll call you Sunday morning.
Well, I mean, I think we need some of the board members involved too. I think
Yeah, I would
Dylan
ask
and
Dylan
Ann
if
have
he has
some
to.
All right,
ideas.
that's
let's
a
talk.
no.
Let's talk offline tomorrow. We can pick a time, maybe Friday afternoon.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's great. I just, and I could tell them it's still being talked about, but I'd like to just.
Get in front of them so that they
Saturday.
can see.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'd just like to give them a heads up if we're considering some other.
I think, it's up to you. I don't think we,
Okay, I'll skip.
Go for it.
All right, resolution to provide courtesy referral of amended site plan to all involved and interested agencies. October 15, 2025, Resolution 2019-39L. Whereas, now therefore be it resolved that the planning board hereby, one, directs its secretary to provide all involved and interested agencies with a courtesy copy of the amended site plan set and seeker comparison technical report. Two, directs its secretary to refer the site plan set to the Dutchess County Department of Planning and Development pursuant to Section 239M of the General Municipal Law. And I think we have listed every agency. I'm not
Yep.
going to read them all.
Got it.
Any discussion on this? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstention? Motion passes unanimously.
All right.
Thank you,
Thank you
gentlemen.
very
This is
much.
very
Really,
nice. Thank you.
look forward to
Thank
working
you.
with you all.
Yep.
Do you know what time we started that?
And here we go, six census.
Next item on the agenda is a discussion
Thank you.
of the CECNY Six Senses Hudson
Oh,
Valley.
could we just take a
We're going to
2-minute
take
break?
a 5-minute
Thank you.
break.
Okay. Sorry.
And those people have snacks, eat
Sorry,
them.
let me just.
Six Senses Hudson Valley. This is an application for site plan approval for emergency access with bridge. We've just received a lot of materials in the last week or so, and we have Kelly Leibold here to walk us through.
Yes, I will try to be brief. I know you have a
Thank
lot of
you.
things. This is a much shorter application. So Kelly Leibold with KARC Planning Consultants, Amy Arturakis with KARC Planning Consultants, and Ken Stenger is here as well.
I can. Oh, okay.
So,
Yes.
okay to start? Okay. I'm here representing the applicant, CECNY, as you indicated, Madam Chairman, for the request for site plan approval for essentially two driveways, two ingress-egress. So there are no proposed buildings as part of this application, so a little bit different than most of the applications that have been before you. In addition, I also just want to make note before I get into the presentation, the Town of Clinton Planning Board is the lead agency for this project. So although we provided you with an EAF for your review, ultimately the seeker decision for this project will be handled by the Town of Clinton Planning Board. So I'll just go through a very brief presentation just to give you, an overview. So existing conditions, this is a very small parcel of land. Can you go back to the other one? It's just a sliver of land that is adjacent to 9G. We tried to outline that for you. 9G runs north-south, and it's just the little yellow area that's outlined here. It's about 8 acres. It's in the Greenbelt zoning district, and there is an existing driveway there right now on the property. So you can go to the next slide. So just existing conditions. This is somewhat hard to see on the drawing, but we just wanted to point out to you. So there's an existing driveway there that provides access to the existing conference center that's in the town of Clinton. There's an existing bridge, and we are proposing to relocate that existing driveway access and build a new driveway. So I'll go through the details of that. Again, we provided you with a lot of information for your review. In addition to the plans, we also provided you with the stormwater pollution prevention plan. It's very convenient that the consultants for the town of Hyde Park are also the consultants for the town of Clinton Planning Board. So I think later, Mr. Sotero will probably provide some summary, but they've fortunately, your consultants have had a chance to review this project, so this isn't new to them, it is new to you. We did provide a site plan. I'm just going to kind of go to the next slide so I can briefly show you the details of this entrance. So this is the north entrance, which is the main entrance, which is the existing entrance. And the existing entrance, as Amy's showing here, is that yellow area on the plan. And what we're proposing to do is to just shift the ingress-egress point on 9G to the north and provide somewhat of a curvilinear access to the existing bridge. There will not be any substantial changes to that existing bridge as far as the subsurface work, but we are proposing to redeck that bridge so that it can accommodate two-way traffic. So right now, that's one-way traffic. The DOT has conceptually approved the relocation of that ingress-egress. It provides better sight distance, and it provides more stacking, God bless you, for vehicles that are entering the site before they go over the bridge. The second entrance is south of the main entrance, and so this is an entrance that's being required by the town of Clinton as part of their review of the project, and so they've asked for a secondary means of ingress-egress for emergency vehicles. So this will be for emergency vehicles only. It is a new curb cut on 9G, again, which has been conceptually approved by DOT, and a new bridge crossing. That bridge is going to fall partly in the town of Clinton and partly in the town of Hyde Park, so that will be under the review of this planning board. We provided you with a lot of details. Again, this is just a driveway, but we wanted to provide you with some details, so we did provide you with a lighting plan. I know that Bonnie had picked up on some problems, some discrepancies on the lighting plan. It looks as if there's lights underneath of the bridge. We're not proposing to put lights underneath of the bridge, so we'll fix that. But just wanted to point out that we did provide a lighting plan. All of the lights are intended to be dark sky compliant, very low intensity for the proposed use. This is the lighting legend, just to provide you with those details. Typically, with most site plans, we provided you with all of the necessary sheets for grading, erosion, sediment control, and of course the SWIP. There are no utilities that are proposed on this portion of this project, so there's no water or sanitary to be reviewed. Again, provided you with the erosion and sediment control plan. I'm sure Mr. Sotero will speak about that, and also provided you with the stormwater pollution prevention plan. We also provided you with the truck turning plans. This plan has been reviewed by the Town of Clinton Fire Department, so we did provide you with some of the information where the fire department signed off. I did note that Bonnie had indicated that we will circulate this to the appropriate fire district for this area. But so we do have sign off by Clinton Fire Department and by DOT. There is some work that's being proposed on 9G, and so we are proposing a southbound left turn lane into the main entrance. So that southbound left turn lane has been presented to New York State DOT. It's been reviewed by DOT. They provided a conceptual approval letter, which we provided to you. Conveniently, your traffic engineer is also the traffic engineer in the town of Clinton. So Mr. Fitzgerald from Hudson Valley Engineering has also reviewed the project and provided his conclusion as far as the design of that entrance, which I'm sure you have for your files. Again, DOT has approved the conceptual location of the new relocated ingress-egress and the new driveway entrance, as well as the left turn lane. We also provided you with, Creighton Manning did an analysis of the existing bridge, which is located in the town of Hyde Park, just to indicate to you that that bridge can accommodate the new decking to allow two-way traffic. And then, of course, we had Pete Sotero with Renia Engineering, so we provided a copy of his letter. We also provided a copy of Hudson Valley Engineering's letter, which they've reviewed the DOT portion of the work. And that is the presentation.
Wow.
So we are hoping tonight that this board, of course, I know you have questions and so forth, but just to try to set the table, we're hoping that you would consider circulating this application to the town, or to Dutchess County for their 239M review. I will note that Dutchess County has reviewed this project 4 times already, so it's not going to be something that's new to them, but we're hoping that you would circulate that so we can solicit any comments that they may have just for the portion relative to Hyde Park, and also considering set a public hearing. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you for that. I am going to start with Ms. Moss. Oh, she has her own. She has her own microphone now.
No, I don't have any comments. We're required to do site plan on this, so we're going to do site plan.
Yep, okay. Ms. Franson.
So I do have a memo that went out to everyone and the applicant. Just some information. Our focus was more on the new bridge, since the existing bridge is already there. Adriana Beltrani in my office really represents Clinton, so I'm looking at the Hyde Park side as she looks at the Clinton side. We talked about the fire district. You know, I'll defer to Pete in terms of to what extent do you have to know what the new bridge would be, like, and it has to do with the permitting process and the disturbance process. I listed a whole bunch of permits that are actually all attached, I think, to the emergence. A lot of it's to the bridges, because you have the local floodplain development permit. The stream is Class 8T, so you have protection of waters.
Your list is correct.
Right, freshwater wetlands, the incidental take for the blandings. And so you need to know enough about the disturbance, which requires some knowledge of how this bridge is going to be constructed. And again, I defer to Pete on that, but that helps with understanding the permitting. And really, just various comments about how to portray some of the information, what to show on each of the sheets. I think my primary question was the lighting, given the environmental sensitivity of the stream, which you addressed. And I did raise, even though, you know, we know Clinton is the lead agency, you're still an involved agency for seeker purposes, so you're part of this process. And in specifically focusing on the bridge, I just wanted to make sure, because this project has evolved over time, to make sure that something wasn't missed, and to point it out to you. So that's what I did in the seeker section.
Yes, we appreciate that.
Yeah, so that's really about it. It's a lot of detail, you know, that I'm sure will get cleaned up and straightened out.
Yeah, there was nothing in here that we felt was significant, and we can coordinate responses back and coordinate with Bonnie.
Okay.
That's acceptable. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Mr. Sotero.
Sure. So, yes, we're also, you know, reviewing this on behalf of the town of Clinton. There's a special meeting October 27th that we're having in Clinton, and primarily to review seeker. Up to this point, you know, the consultants there have been really focused on, you know, like seeker in terms of, you know, what, do we have enough information in order for the town planning board to make a seeker determination. So that discussion is going to start on the 27th in terms of going through a part 2 and possibly some part 3. So so that's what my letter is really like focused on. So you know, so we'll be reviewing. So here, because we're an MS4, Clinton is not an MS4. One of the stormwater ponds on the project discharges to the Crum Elbow, is within the town of Hyde Park, so we would need to like review that. I will tell you that, you know, the soils on the site are excellent, sand you know, and gravel. I mean, I don't anticipate any issues with, you know, the review of, you know, the SWIP. Of course, we have to go through it, but in terms of being able, you know, to manage it, they're not going to have a problem, you know, with that. So, but, you know, we're going to go through that, and we have to do our thing because we are an MS4 here. So, in terms of, you know, the bridge, we will need to talk about that, you know, like a little bit in terms of the level of detail. So we do require a floodplain development permit here. The town of Clinton is going to require a floodplain development permit in order to do that. we'll have to talk to, your engineers about the level of detail that we'll need. Normally, that requires a HEC RAS analysis.
We're about to start that. Yep.
Pardon?
We're about to start that.
Okay, good. So in order to do that, you're obviously going to need to propose a waterway opening for, the new bridge. You'll use the waterway opening for the, existing bridge. And so we will need a certain level of detail, and I don't know yet what that is. We'll have to talk about it for, like the new bridge, because I forget what you were proposing, if like anything, about when you wanted to provide like details of the bridge. I know that Brendan Fitzgerald's office was going to review the details of the bridge, but in terms of, like conceptually, we'll probably need something, like conceptually,
Yep.
that, will show that in order to get through, the process. So the other thing that I just thought about as I was sitting here and you guys were talking, and Tad, I'm going to look for Tad's help, because we came up against this on the Moose Club for the Crofton Muse project, was for us to issue a floodplain development permit. I believe our code says that we can get through, like the review, we can like agree on everything, but to issue the actual permit, we can't give you the permit until you have any other DEC permits that are like associated with the project. That's right? So I don't think that hurts you, because
They're all tied together.
because we just can't hand you the piece of paper that says here's your floodplain development permit, but we can get to the finish line of like agreeing on all of the technical details. So
Okay.
I don't think that's going to be, an impediment for you. So we'll have to just work together on, and we should probably have that discussion as far as floodplain probably sooner, if you're going to get somebody going on the HEC like RAS. Do you know who's going to do
Yeah,
that?
Creighton Manning is the bridge designer.
Okay,
and
so they
they're
did, actually, so they have a lot of information, probably because they did the HEC RAS for the, the Crofton project
Perfect.
too. So we're used to, like working with them. So we probably should think about having like a call at some
Sure.
point to
We'll get
just,
that together with Ken.
to just like discuss that.
Okay.
And so really, I've already like reviewed like a lot of the site-related stuff, which is in Clinton. I'm going to work with Tad on, the SWIP and the parts of the project that are in the town of Hyde Park. So that's really all I have at this point, so.
No, thank you very much for that. And again, we're looking, I think this is such a kind of a one-off. We will be looking to the consultants to help.
Yeah, it's a
guide us.
little weird, I mean.
Yeah, but it's kind of nice just having to look at the bridge, and not.
We won't tell that other applicant that you said that, but
No,
So.
understood.
we agree.
Ms. Fenton?
That's it for now.
Yeah, thank you, Pete. Welcome back, and give us your comments.
Sure, nice to be here.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't have much, really, just a few procedural comments. So we're working off the court-ordered stipulation that requires the town to do a site plan approval, and also the SWIP and the floodplain development approvals. As you know, the seeker review is still, as Pete said, quite ongoing, and this board can't take any action until that's finished, obviously. I also just want to mention that there's a public hearing next Monday for under Local Law 1 about whether the driveway can be used to access Clinton. So that is also something that's still
Here?
Yeah.
Like which?
Under with the town board.
The town
sorry.
board of Hyde
Yeah,
Park. Okay.
Right,
thank
right.
you.
So there's just a number of things still going on. And I know that the board is going to ask for some more details on the site plan. So I guess my thought would be that we might be a little premature to refer to Dutchess County until we have some more of the details on the site plan and know where the seeker review is going. But I don't work with you regularly, so.
But again, this is such a one-off. It's
Yeah. I mean, you need to have a complete statement, right, of the project. So usually you want to be like ready to make a seeker determination, right, before you refer. But that's what I'm used to.
Well, and the referral too, I mean, so let's like think about this. What are we referring to them? are we referring just a little bit of what's in Hyde Park? 'Cause
I
there's-
think so, yeah, that's all we,
That's all
that's all
we
we're
can do.
seeing.
Right,
Yeah.
so I mean, we're not referring the whole project because it,
But they've already seen that.
right,
Yeah.
okay, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's more procedural than anything.
Right,
And
exactly.
so I kind of disagree. I think the application is complete. The county isn't going to review the design of the bridge.
No.
And so we provided you with everything that we customarily refer to county planning, and again, they've already reviewed it 4 times, so this will be their 5th review.
Right, but they haven't seen this piece. Is that
They've seen
correct,
this,
or-
well, they've seen this piece because.
overall project.
Yeah, they've
Oh,
seen the
okay.
overall project.
As part of the overall
Correct,
project,
yeah.
okay.
So it's almost as if the paperwork really just has to catch
Yeah,
up.
That's what it sounds like. So it could be considered almost a formality.
Correct.
At this point.
Thank
I mean,
you.
understood that we're not,
For Hyde Park, you would probably think it would come back as a matter of local
Local concern.
Correct,
concern.
correct.
You know, for Clinton, it would be a different, like, matter.
I'm sure they have comments for
Right,
Clinton.
where-
However,
where-
we want to
where
just
there will
follow
be
procedure,
comments.
and there's a formality to circulate to
Right,
county planning.
Right. So so what would we need to have in order to circulate for 239M? We can't do it by motion, right? And oh, we can?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to let my colleagues, when we get there.
When you get
But
there.
I mean, I
Yeah.
understand, but this is so,
I know, it's an odd situation.
And I understand the part about normally, we might wait until the next.
But our part is so minor, so it's
Yeah.
really up to you.
Yeah, okay, all right. We'll let our colleagues weigh in on that. Any other procedural items?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Yeah, a lot of this I don't understand, but that's quite all right. Mr. Tuttle?
Just on the referral to the county, so your suggestion, Emily, is that we should be waiting until what exactly with seeker?
Well, I mean, my understanding of the trigger is when you have everything you need to make a seeker determination, and it didn't sound to me like Clinton had that, but since we're not making that determination, maybe
Right.
what is still outstanding doesn't apply.
Obviously,
in
they've
my
referred
part.
it 4 times from
Right.
Clinton at this point,
Yeah.
right? But, yeah, okay, I'm comfortable referring it,
Okay.
I think, but it's, you know.
Yeah, understood. Any other comments?
No other comments.
Okay, Mr. Waters.
I had one question, and that was one that regarded in your correspondence package that you sent to everybody. It just, one of the letters I was reading stated that the emergency drive was going to be used for emergency and deliveries.
It is not for
It
deliveries.
was one of the DOT
Yes.
letters that
From the
came through.
DOT
Yeah.
person.
Understood.
And it was in the correspondence, and I figured it was, he might not have been.
He seemed to correct himself on the second bullet, but it wasn't clear.
Yeah, exactly. It was kind of, it was a yin and a yang on it.
Well, in his defense, at one point in time, we originally submitted to DOT to use the ingress egress for deliveries and for emergency
Oh,
egress.
okay.
And so it is for emergency vehicles only.
Okay,
this
yeah,
point,
that-
okay.
That's all I needed, because I
Yes.
said, how are they going to get in the locked gates? There's going to be locked gates there, and I
Yes.
said, this is, where are we?
Back up on 9G
Yeah,
is not good.
yeah, exactly. That's
And-
what I was afraid of, the backup on
Yeah.
9G, then.
Correct.
And that
So
would be a
we'll
problem.
coordinate too with the Clinton Fire Department and with the Hyde Park Fire Department, just to make sure that those gates work,
Yeah.
collectively, if they have to enter the site. So
Yeah.
we have various different tools that we can utilize.
I
So
tried
we'll
to
coordinate with both of those.
Call you or do it through a note on that thing, but I couldn't get any.
There's usually a Knox box that has either a button or a key or
Yeah.
something, but we'll
Yeah.
coordinate with both
That's
of them
fine.
to make
Yeah.
sure that that works.
All right.
Thank you. I'm glad you were able to ask that. Ms. Wasser?
I don't have comments, and I am fine with referring tonight.
Thank you. Mr. Oliver?
Thank you for your very brief but thorough presentation. And I have no issue with the referral. I think it's a formality for our position on this review, so
Thank
it's
you.
not a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lee?
Yeah, same. Thank you for another great presentation, and I don't have a problem.
Okay,
Referring.
good.
Thank you.
Mr. Garcia?
No problem, since it was referred 4 times already.
Thank you.
Excellent, all right. So it looks like we're going to be making a motion. As far as a public hearing, we do tend to try to get the information sooner rather than later, but do we feel that we have enough information? I mean, I don't know that we've asked for any more details that would change setting a public hearing.
Well, so, this is obviously a somewhat controversial project, and so, I mean, my feeling is that you should wait to hold a public hearing, because then you're just going to get folks that are going to be going to Clinton, commenting on the same thing, coming here, commenting on the same thing, and I don't think we're going to get anywhere. I mean, my opinion was just I would say, let Clinton make their secret determination, get through some of, the weeds, and then you can have your, I mean, that's just like my opinion, because I think what's going to happen is we're going to get like a room full, like of people commenting on the whole project when we're just this little itty-bitty little part of it.
I know.
So, that's just my opinion. I think we're going to get bogged down.
That's fine.
And what are your thoughts?
That's fine. I understand, and I appreciate what you're saying. So we'll let Clinton do their seeker decision, and we'll go from there. I think the only thing that I would ask is that if this board has any seeker issues that need to be relayed to Clinton, that you do it through your consultants so that we can get that information timely back to the town of Clinton.
Yes.
So that's the only thing I think that
Understood.
Clinton needs from this board.
Okay.
Yep, okay.
Because they are the lead agency.
They are the lead agency.
So it's
It's
the
very-
entire project.
Yes.
Again, I'm
it's-
trying to wrap my head
It
around
is.
this.
It's not customary for this board to have to
Okay.
go through something like this.
But please take note, colleagues, that if you do see any potential seeker issues, we need to get them.
Please, relay to the consultants.
Raise them early and loudly and get them over.
Yes.
But now there's seeker issues that relate to what Hyde Park is reviewing, right?
Right.
Correct. Only Hyde, right.
Just on the little
Right.
strip.
Okay.
Yep. So that would be traffic and anything that you can think about with the bridge crossing the stream.
Yeah.
Of which there's already a bridge there.
And I would encourage you to review the letters that your consultants provided to the town of Clinton. So I'll leave it up to Pete as to whether or not, and Brendan, those letters apply here. I would imagine that they would, but.
Oh, yeah, of course
Yep.
they do. I
So-
mean, it's.
Yep, okay.
Brendan
it's the
has
project,
provided a
it's the
letter.
same
Yep.
project, right?
Yep, that's a good
So I
idea.
think a lot of those issues,
Okay.
Fortunately or unfortunately for you, your consultants are ahead of you on this. So there's been a year
Oh, no,
or
that's
so of
fine.
review.
Don't worry about that.
So-
They usually are.
They've already.
Speaking for myself.
So I think a lot of the issues have been resolved. I think there's a few issues left that we can work with Bonnie on, and that will really kind of check the box that
Okay,
all of
good.
those
All
issues
right.
have been resolved.
All right, so we're going to go 50/50 on that. We're going to
Agree.
make a motion for the 239M, but we're not going to set a public hearing. Anybody have anything else? Okay, then can I get a motion to circulate to county planning for 239M?
So
I'll make
moved.
that motion, yeah.
It's quiet there. So moved. Nobody
Second.
jumped in. I was like,
Excellent.
guys,
Any
I'm
discussion?
quiet.
Second.
Stephanie and Chris, I got. And any discussion? No? All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Aye. Any nays or abstentions? Motion carries unanimously.
Very well, thank you.
We'll get
So
that
we
referred.
will provide another
This
submission.
is, I have to say that this was really helpful.
It was.
This helped to
Good.
really solidify.
Thank you.
Maybe it's just the colors and stuff.
Perfect.
I like
It's
having the
good.
letters actually
Yeah.
In there.
Yeah.
Well, thank
Yeah,
you. I
yes.
appreciate it. My client
Yeah.
is here, so that's wonderful that you
Yeah.
are giving me kudos in front of him.
I think your client knows already.
Yes. We're going to make a submission. We'll respond to the comments that we
Okay.
received from Bonnie.
Okay.
We'll get another submission back into you and get on the next board, and maybe by then, the county may have responded, and there's some comments we can
Okay.
address as well. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care.
All right. Yep. Our next item on the agenda is we're going to do a sign permit for a brand-new business in Hyde Park. Yay.
Yes,
Yay.
Yeah.
we like that.
We like new businesses in Hyde Park.
Plattsburgh, across from the antique store, is the old market.
Is this okay? Can you hear me?
Yes, please introduce yourself,
All right,
please.
good evening, board members and fellow residents of Hyde Park. Just want to start out by thanking Ms. Motz and Cynthia Whitman through the sign process. My name is Alexander Pankovich, and I'm here to request approval for a sign replacement at 5230 Route 9 or Albany Post Road. The address is the former location of Woodpecker General Store, and before that was a very popular deli called Hilltop Deli.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. The new market will be called A&A Fresh Market. Our goal is going to be to provide the community with a local market that will offer daily essential groceries, fresh produce, as well as other perishable goods. We intend to operate the market on a consistent basis. And for the first time ever, we're going to offer indoor seating, which has never happened. So for that, thank you, and if you have any questions, I'll try to answer.
Again, welcome to Hyde Park. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
You know, we miss having just a good old-fashioned market, deli, place to go. So thank you. Thank you. Welcome. Tad, your comments on this?
The applicant worked to make the sign in compliance, and I think it came out very nicely.
Great, thank you. Good. Let me just pull my colleagues here. Mr. Tuttle?
No comments.
No? Mr. Waters?
I used to frequent at the Woodpecker, so now
I'll be open 7 days a week.
There you
go. Nice.
Oh, 7 days, nice. Yeah.
Yes, that's our intention. Again, there's a lot of traffic on Route 9, as well as there's the community that's really underserved there. So that's our main goal, to stay open.
That's great.
Thank you. Ms. Watson?
I miss it also, so I miss Hilltop. 7 days a week, do you know what your hours are? I know this is not about your sign,
No,
but I just want to know.
Right now, I could throw a variety of hours, but I'm trying to be more consistent and trying to run it maybe for 6 months, depending on the business. I'm looking at a 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. from a Monday through Saturday operation. Sunday's a little slower, maybe like a 7 to 8 operation, but it all depends on the business needs. Sometimes there's a lot more traffic at 5 a.m. on certain days, sometimes there isn't. I know Sunday's a little bit more slower.
But it's very much a full operation.
Yeah, it's definitely needed because the local people I talked to, as well as the former owners of Hilltop, I know is a very, very popular destination, not just for sandwiches, where the community could just come together.
Well, good luck to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. Mr. Oliver?
Welcome to Hyde Park.
Thank you.
That's all, thank you.
Ms. Lee?
No comments, welcome.
Mr. Garcia?
No comments.
So welcome to Hyde Park.
Thank you. I hope to see you all
We're
you guys
happy to
there.
have you, and we have a resolution tonight for your sign. And I think Mr. Waters has this.
Yes, I have this one. A&A Fresh Market, 5230 Albany Post Road, Statsburg, New York. Resolution 2025-51. Whereas, now therefore be it resolved that the Town of Hyde Park Planning Board hereby recommends approval of the sign permit for the A&A Fresh Market replacement freestanding sign as shown.
Second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Can't wait to see you open.
Have all you guys there.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, when's your opening date?
We're having actually a soft opening next week, as soon as we get the sign, and then we're going to have a little stronger opening coming. We're waiting for our produce table to come in from Canada. It's being shipped out through customs today, and we have some more perishable items coming in. So we have a soft opening that's going to open up the deli aspect.
Wish you all the best.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for coming out tonight.
Thank you.
All right. Next item on the agenda is the Inn at Belfield. This is authorization.
A new project, huh?
A new project.
The first time before us, yes.
Oh, thank you.
How late's it open tonight is my question. I'm going to be hungry again.
Yeah, we should pass them for sandwiches.
It's a late one.
I'm trying to figure
You
out
guys
where-
don't get enough credit at the town.
No.
So thank you for hanging in there with us. This is to discuss the authorization of the release of the performance bond. To take care of that first. I know that there has been a lot of work on this. A lot of back and forth. And I thank my our consultants. Got to get these things right, so I really thank you. Did you want to say anything about the performance bond?
We received the draft, Tom and I, Jared, did you have a chance to review it? Okay. Tom and I reviewed it.
Hey, Jared, hurry up, will you?
Hurry up. What have you been doing for the past 3 hours?
Yeah. We take no objections to it.
Okay, great. And again, thank the consultants, because it's the specific order and the length of time and the restrictions all having to line up. So, does anybody have any comments on the performance bond? Because if not, I'm going to just ask Mr. Tuttle.
Oh, I mean, I can explain it if you want.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
Quickly.
I know, very quickly. So, I'll use my Michael Dupree voice. The proposal here is that we would recommend that they release a performance bond for the hotel once they accept a new performance bond for the townhomes, and we put the same conditions on the townhomes because we didn't anticipate that the first time around, and we put a note at the end that says they can't use it anymore after this, they have to use the other road.
Excellent. So it's kind of a handshake, right? We're just going to hand it off and then close it out.
Yep.
Okay, great.
All right, I've got this one. Resolution to recommend release of a performance guarantee and recommend an updated performance guarantee. Belfield Inn and Townhomes, West Dorsey Construction Access, October 15th, 2025, Resolution 2017-04T. Whereas, now therefore be it resolved that the planning board hereby recommends the town board release the performance guarantee for the use of West Dorsey Lane for the construction of the hotel site plan once a performance guarantee in the amount of $60,000 in form, substance, and manner of execution acceptable to the town board and its attorney is provided to the town for the use of West Dorsey Lane for the construction of the townhome site plan. Be it further resolved that the following conditions shall apply to the applicant's use of West Dorsey Lane for construction of the townhome site plan, the quote West Dorsey Construction Access or quote WDCA. 1. There shall be no deliveries from the east, and the applicant shall advise all contractors, subcontractors, vendors, and agents to approach the WDCA from Route 9. 2. The applicant shall post and maintain a sign at the exit from the WDCA to West Dorsey Lane indicating no left turn onto West Dorsey Lane eastbound from the construction entrance. 3. There shall be no stockpiling of materials for the townhome site plan until the building permit is issued for work under the townhome site plan. 4. There shall be no further improvements to the WDCA, including the removal of vegetation, rock, earth, etc. 5. The present authorization for use of the WDCA is limited to construction of the townhome site plan only. 6. The applicant and its contractors shall ensure that the entrance to West Dorsey Lane from the property is kept clean and free of dirt and dust at all times. 7. All applicable terms and conditions to the site plan approval shall continue to apply to usage of the WDCA with regard to maintenance and inspection, SWIP inspections and compliance, safety, and signage. 8. The applicant and its contractors shall be available to meet with the town highway superintendent, town engineer, and town zoning administrator within 24 hours' notice to respond to any complaints or concerns. 9. Use of the WDCA shall cease within 18 months of issuance of the building permit for work under the townhome site plan. Be it further resolved that future phases of the Belfield project shall be prohibited from using West Dorsey Lane as a construction access.
Second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Great, one piece of business
Larry,
done.
Larry, do you have any idea when the townhomes are going to start?
Within a month? And is there plan to build like all of them out at once, or?
No. It'd be 8 units and then 4 units. Yeah. The first 8 of the 12 would go up at once, and then the last 4 after those.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay.
The next item on the agenda
Yep, great.
is Belfield PUD Phase 2 Final Development Plan.
This guy's been waiting all night.
I know.
Somebody's got to be last.
We're excited to say that this is a presentation by Sterling Properties for a proposed 341-unit apartment building with amenities for Lot 8.
Did they bring food?
Well,
You've been nursing that granola bar.
I know. I had a chance to.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Thank you for having us.
Glad to have you. Please introduce yourself to the rest of the board.
Certainly. It's a pleasure to meet everyone. My name is Nick Hollenbeck. I'm the Director of Development for Sterling Properties. I'm also a principal in this project. Sterling Properties has been in business for over 30 years. We're a third-generation family-owned business, and we currently own approximately 6,000 apartments, and we have several thousand apartments in various stages of the development cycle. Our territory ranges from New Jersey to Connecticut to the Hudson Valley, obviously, as we sit here before you tonight. We saw this site about 5 months ago. I came up here on a beautiful day, and I saw the site, and I fell in love with this property. I drove around and really soaked in the history of this town. Couldn't be more excited to be here. After that visit, I called my partners and said, you need to come up here and look at this property. They came up here literally the next day, and I think the day following that, we were on the phone with Tom and Larry, working out a contract to acquire this piece of property and build a transformative development here. I think we have assembled truly a world-class team of professionals to help us execute this project. Later, you'll hear from our rock star architect, Michael Lawson from Minnow and Wasco. We've hired a top-of-the-line interior design firm, a transformative landscape design company. All of our professionals have come to Hyde Park to visit the site, to soak in the rich history that exists here and incorporate those elements into the design of this project. We think you're really going to love what we have to share with you tonight. We think it's going to be a cutting-edge, trend-setting, truly world-class development, and extremely well situated as the linchpin for this master development, which I know has been in the works for quite some time. The purpose of the meeting tonight is to introduce us, introduce our team, and kind of run through the project. We've been working on this feverishly over the course of the past 5 months to get it in a format to present to you. We've got some beautiful renderings done, so that will really help you visualize what this project looks like and how it will activate the rest of the components that are planned and exist already at this master site. So, does anyone have any questions for me before we dive into the presentation?
Let me just speak to a few things, Nick, and then we'll get you going. We met, just to back up so the whole board knows, we met in an offline meeting a week ago today. And the presentation that's being presented here tonight is the presentation that was presented a week ago, and the rest of the board members felt it would be important to get this same presentation in front of the full board. The actual submittal will come in next Tuesday, October 21st, for the November 5th Planning Board meeting. We're getting ahead of that a little bit. This building you'll see the differences between the Bozzuto building, but it is a little bit longer. It's longer, and they'll present the reason why, but they've uniquely angled the southern part of the footprint so that it allows more views out and sunlight in, and you'll see that in the presentation. we're preempting this thing because we're moving through it quickly. We do know that we will have to go to the town board for a length variation from the 640, and Michael can get into that a little bit. Thank you, Tad, for taking the time to look at that for us, and so that kind of gets you updated, but thank you.
Yeah, one last thing, we did, as Nick mentioned, meet about 5 months ago, and I can tell you, this group has moved faster than the previous group for the last year, mainly because they're in this market. They know the New York market. They spent a lot of time coming up to this specific location. The other group we liked a lot. We still keep in contact with them, but they just did not know the market. They weren't in New York, and you saw that. It was evident, and it just took forever. So we decided to pull the plug and shift gears, but I'm very impressed with this group, and I think you guys will be as well.
Thank you so much for that compliment. We are in this area. We built a large development in Wappingers Falls. We're in Orange County. We're in Middletown, New York. So, this is definitely our territory. I will say also that our organization is truly turnkey. We do everything soup to nuts. So what I mean by that is we'll be working with you for the entitlements. We do the construction ourselves, and we are the owner and manager of the property afterwards. So you're kind of stuck with me. Sorry. But I'm a nice guy. And and we're really, really excited to present what we've worked on so far. So without further ado, we'll turn it over to Michael Lawson, who can run through our presentation, and we hope you love it.
Thank you so much, Nick. And we share the enthusiasm. There we go. We share the enthusiasm of what Nick and the whole Belfield team have put together in terms of the master planning process. And we really do believe that what we are going to present tonight really goes and enhances that even more and takes into account all of the Belfield guidelines, all of the past planning work that has been tirelessly put into this site. As what was said, earlier last week, we did do our homework here, and that's something that hopefully that shows, and hopefully you really like what we're going to present. So my name is Michael Lawson. I'm from Minot and Wasco. I'm a principal there, and we specialize in these kinds of developments throughout the Northeast. Master planning, architecture, really instilling that fabric of the contextual neighborhoods into these developments. That's what we do, and we're bringing that here to Hyde Park for you as well. So I'm going to proceed here, and I'm going to read just a little blurb that I think is very poetic, and it's something that my team as well as the Mary Cook team put together that really kind of takes all of those things that we learned about your community and instills them into some words. So, the residents at Belfield embody a new kind of Hudson Valley living, one that honors the natural beauty of the River Valley landscape and the enduring charm of the historic American Main Street. Here, refined luxury meets a deep sense of place, creating a residential experience that is both elevated and authentic. The Hudson River Valley is a region celebrated for its sweeping vistas, layered history, and seasonal beauty. Its riverbanks, woodlands, and rolling farmland inspire a lifestyle grounded in wellness, connection to nature, and a more intentional pace of living. In contrast, historic Main Street districts, such as those found in Peekskill, Beacon, Kingston, and even your small downtown, tell another story. Walkable, human-scaled streets lined with brick facades, textured details, and timeless storefronts that encourage community, exploration, and daily rituals. These characteristics foster a sense of belonging and vibrancy that modern residents increasingly crave. We see this throughout many of the communities that we're developing. Our architectural facades and interiors emphasize warm modernity and feature rich wood tones, natural stone, and soft, neutral palettes accented with patined brass and contemporary matte black finishes and metals. We find subtle nods to the region's crafting heritage, rustic stone, masonry detailing, custom millwork, hand-laid tile, and curated local artwork all bring character and depth. Oversized windows and flexible open layouts maximize daylight and forge strong connections between the indoor living and outdoor scenery. The residence at Belfield is more than a collection of homes. It's a gateway to the Hudson Valley lifestyle. By merging the historic rhythm of local main streets with the natural splendor of the local landscape, the property offers residents the best of both worlds. This is a place where heritage meets modernity, community meets retreat, and the Hudson Valley story becomes a daily experience. Welcome to the residence at Belfield. So you can see, this is the first image that I show you, and this is of the Village Green, really emphasizing the sense of place that we're creating on this site. Enhancing that streetscape, enhancing that vista at that Village Green that really is going to be that community center in so many ways. We think that this hits those different elements that you shared in your vision for this site through your planning documents and through the years of experience that you have had crafting this vision. As we get further into this, what we've done is we've highlighted who really is the people that are going to be activating this area. One of the people that we see as being an activation is somebody that's going to live here that's single, that works in the city, that maybe commutes or works in Westchester or the Hudson Valley, but is somebody that's looking for that real sense of, I want to go home somewhere. I don't want to be, in New York City. I don't want to be there. I want to be somewhere where I can have that slower pace of living, but still have all the amenities that offer in a very luxurious downtown area. The other demographic that we feel as though is somebody that will be part of this community is somebody that's an academic professional. Those are people that are teachers and professors at the Culinary Institute or at Marist University. Those people are a little older. They might want different relaxation areas, different amenities in the building. And those are things that we're actively looking for in terms of the demographic and the services that we're going to offer. The next is somebody that is retired or is an empty nester. Those people are a huge demographic for this kind of area. And they really give us a good sense of what we need to provide as a service in this community, whether it's a wine lounge or a place to, just de-stress after watching your grandchildren. Those are things that really become important, as well as the space to actually invite people back to their home. This is their home now. So larger units, more expansive areas that they can actually have a den or a space to host a family event within this building. And the last one that we see is university students, and specifically graduate students, because they are an important part of the community that you've built here. Having so many universities that are so close in higher education areas, these are people that, yes, they're going to be part of this community, and we have to offer services that afford them. All of these demographics are key demographics. They're essentially a whole range and broad range of what we believe as the people that are going to make up this community. So we're going to take you a step back now, just taking a look at what this master plan really does and adding in the new building that we've created to the overall master plan. And one of the things that I really wanted to highlight here is how we framed the entry to the building on this Village Green, and where then we have City Winery, which we have a few images for you of, as well as the flanking retail on either side. This is going to be the center of the community. And when we were developing the building and the master planning that goes along with it, that center of the community needed to have the main entrance to the residents on it as well. In this area, this is going to be our main drop-off zone. This is where visitors come. This is where mail and package will be. This is where the leasing area will be. Future tenants will come into this space here. But also you'll have Uber, you'll have Lyft. This is where those services will come, as well as FedEx and Amazon and all the other services that are now custom for these types of buildings. One of the other things that we saw was, how does this building activate this main street? So as Larry had talked about, we have a little bit of a longer building, but there's different reasons why we have that longer building. Currently, it sits at 750 feet, but we've broken that facade up in many different ways. We have streetscape views, which you'll see that have residential units with stoops, with different accents of different materials, as well as larger setbacks that allow for garden areas in the front and wide sidewalks. Those are all things that in your planning documents you said you wanted. And those are things that I feel very strongly that needed to be part of this development. You can also see how we break up the building in these really setback wings. And as Larry mentioned, one of the things that we did was we pivoted or angled this leg of the building. There was many different reasons why we did that, but one of the reasons was that we wanted to have a gateway at this entry off of Farmhouse Road. So as you approach the center of the community, you were greeted by the building there. And you'll see in the type of architecture that we've created there that we're responding in many different ways, and I'll get to that in a few moments. But one of the other things that this does is that this aperture allows for more light and air, more sun, more ability to look out towards the view and towards the Hudson Valley, and really embrace what's happening on this site and what's happening around this site. As we said before, we are looking for 341 units on the site, and we have about 20,000 square feet of amenity, which I'll talk about in a few moments. We also have 531 parking spaces, more than one-to-one being underneath the building, and some being in surface parking on either side. So some of the things, and I think you've seen some of these images, but we wanted to remind you some of the images of what the village is going to look like and how our building really matches some of that historical flair, some of the textures that you see in terms of the brickwork, some of those kinds of things that have been done during the master plan process before that still are kind of being thought about for these retail components. And we wanted to share with you what City Winery is going to look like as well, because this is the opposite side of that village green. And we wanted to make sure that the building that we were creating really matches what was also happening within the neighborhood. They all need to be cohesive if we're really going to make a successful new neighborhood. So that takes us into the plans, and here we're going to just take you very quickly through where the different uses are located, but also where the different amenities are located. So you can see, as I said, we have our main motor cart drop-off located here with our lobby space. In the lobby space, a lot of times we'll have co-working lounges, we'll have lounges for seating, we'll have areas for leasing for the greater development, as well as the mail, the package, and some of the services that go along with that. As you will see also, we have a secondary entry located here, and you can see here we have actually another entry located on this side. That way, people who are parking in the surface lots are able to come into the building via those extra entries. You have the ability to also have elevators in those locations, which bring you then up to your units. One of the things that we did here, as you can see, is we positioned an amenity space here, and this is actually going to be a really cool space. It's supposed to be a speakeasy lounge of some kind where you could rent it out for a small gathering of the residents, and really kind of have private dining, those kinds of things that are really important to the demographics that we just talked about. In terms of services, the services are pushed out to the sides of the building. So move-in operations, all the utilities that are going to be coming into the building, those are not located along the main street. They are pushed to the sides of the buildings where they are appropriately, where they should be in many ways. So they are hidden from this activated street front, which you can see is fully dedicated to active uses. So all of these residential units have stoops that lead them to the streetscape that we're creating. Their primary access is off of the hallway. Their secondary access becomes that stoop location. That allows for our ADA requirements and all of those different things that go into it. In terms of what the interiors are going to look like, as Nick said, we have brought on board Mary Cook Associates, and they have worked with us on many, many projects, and they bring a high level of thought and experience to crafting each of these amenity spaces. And you can see all of the different textures, all of the different fabrics, the materials really work really well with all of what you see around you in the Hudson Valley, but also with the exterior architecture as well. We work together to create one project and one development, and we think that works very well. As you get to the second floor here, this is the floor that actually opens up onto those amenity courtyards. Those amenity courtyards are going to have the exterior amenities. Those are going to be fire pits. They're going to be pool areas, areas that you can walk and just hang out in. Those are really important. Even maybe some bocce courts or those kinds of things that give a light flair of gaming and those kinds of items. But you can see here, we do have a fitness center, we have a club room, private dining. Those are really important amenities that are part of this area. You can see here are some images of what those landscape courtyards are going to be inclusive of. One of the things that's very important a lot of times is grills and kitchen areas, because a lot of people do that, and you're not allowed to do it on your balcony. We say no to that, but you can come down to the courtyards, and we provide ample areas for outdoor kitchens and grill areas so that you can do what everybody does if you live even in a single family home. This really becomes your backyard. So as we go up the building, typical residential units that stack all the way up. And one of the things that I wanted to highlight on our top floor is that we have another amenity up here. And this is located at that gateway. And you can see that we've actually stepped back the building to allow for an actual public terrace up there that has the best views of the site, looking out towards the Hudson Valley and really offering a common amenity for all the residents at that top floor in that location. So that leads us back to these renderings and the vision for what we're bringing to Belfield. You can see all the different materiality, the light kind of tones that we're using on the upper portions of the building, that really great contemporary modern farmhouse look, but then it's really rooted in a base that has a lot of stone details and really pairs really nicely with the stone that you see in all of the brick walls that I saw on my way up here, as well as at Marist University, where they have all of these beautiful, beautiful stone buildings. We see that as our base of the building, and we want to take that and modernize it for today, using that traditional stonework and really creating an architecture that is of this era. And this is really that gateway. So you can see all those materials coming together and really allowing you, as you come up Farmhouse Road, this is the gateway into the downtown area. You can see that we've stepped back that facade on the top floor. That's where you overlook and see that vista. We have that stonework coming up all the way in that location. It really says you're home. And that's what we really wanted to really say about this essence. And then the last thing that we wanted to share with you all is a rendering of the streetscape. How we're really honing in on the different materials that are going to be used there, and how each of these stoops has their own unique presence on that main street. You can see here, as I was talking about, we have the wide sidewalks, the area for this front yard garden area, and we've broken this down into different areas where we have different materials. We have still strong base materials with the stone, but we have cast stone, stucco, and also metal material that come down and really accent and give an activated feel as you walk down that street. That is paired across with that active retail that I think works hand in hand and really makes for a beautiful urban setting for Belfield. So that takes me back to, we really want to say we're welcoming you to a new kind of Hudson Valley living, and we really are excited to have this before you all tonight. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. That was wonderful. Was that a new slide that you showed at the end?
Of course it is, because you asked for it. We wanted to make sure you got it.
Good. It was not in the packet that everybody was looking at, so that's
It was just completed this morning.
I can only imagine.
This one here?
No, the.
Yeah, go back, yeah, that one.
Yeah, that's in the electronic.
It is in the electronic.
Yeah.
We did
Okay.
get that there, yes.
All right.
We were working very feverishly to get it done for you all.
Thank you.
Excellent. Yeah, I actually didn't get a chance to look at that today. So welcome to the family, right? You're.
Thank you.
We used to see Larry all the time now.
I think
Now
we're
he-
still going to see Larry.
Yes.
We
no,
will. We like Larry.
Larry's forming a posse here.
That didn't sound good, Larry. I don't know about you, man, but I wouldn't take that as a compliment.
So,
It's
so
getting- yeah.
as we said, this is not an actual submission, but this
Right.
is this is the intro. This is what they would like to bring to us. And, I don't know if you've had a chance to absorb this, if you have questions. They will be back. And
Yeah,
so,
submitting on Tuesday.
yep.
So-
So, I mean, don't.
So if you have any comments, too bad, because
But I think I would just like, just to hear what my colleagues think, I think, go ahead,
Yeah,
Larry.
just to note that the site plan that's being shown is on the revised lot. right?
Okay, that is the
Remember we
amended,
did
yep,
that,
okay.
20 feet, and that's the current plan we're pulling together, moving from preliminary to final plat,
Gotcha,
okay?
appreciate that. Mr. Tuttle, thoughts?
Thank you very much. Thrilled you're here. I have a lot of good things to say and a couple of comments, additional comments as well. I love the opening up of the building on the south side. I think that really enhances the roundabout there. It really works better for the site. That's really nice. My biggest compliment to you is the way that you are handling the ground floor. They can tell you that I talk a lot about how important the ground floor is in a village setting. You want to avoid that liminal experience of walking past a very long building that doesn't interact with you, right? The stoops, I don't know if you told them to do.
We told them.
Yeah, because that's
I would have put them there no matter what, so.
That's something you talked about. That's something like, we're really happy with that. Love the amenity space on that south end. Really love what you've done with the entranceway as well. So just very pleased with that first floor in particular.
Thank you.
Let's see, where's my comments here? The only other comments I have as far as the look of the building, the only part of it that is not doing it for me on first look is the metal gray. That appears sort of, no, not that, I love that glass box on there, but those, right, exactly. We'll see what other colleagues have to say, of course, but I would lean towards something more natural looking with that. There are wood look elements that are sort of buried into the site, and I could see bringing those out more, highlighting that a little more. So that's pretty much the only comment I have. The fenestration is great. I really like the balconies are nice. Just I like the way this is set up quite a bit. The only other comment I have is it's sort of a question for you or something to think about as we move forward here. Originally, this was intended, this village area, as a bunch of 3-story smaller structures, right? That's a very hard thing to pencil out. So we are at this point with one much larger apartment building, and then a number of commercial structures, which are currently programmed only at 1 story of retail. We have asked Larry and Tom to sort of keep the 2nd story on there, but it's empty at this point, right? There's no program for that 2nd story. So there are, at least a few of us on the board have sort of been concerned about like the look and feel of a village where you have a tall, very long structure and then a number of quite small, much smaller retail. You go from that sort of consistency of a village landscape to one that changes quite a bit, goes from up to very down. We had talked about, I know Rob had thought about, could the building be extended into the north lot so that it is behind those retail buildings and sort of
makes them appear, it gives them that sort of sense of height. Could the building be stepped down on the north side, so you're going like this down to those other buildings? I'll be curious as we move forward to sort of get your take on the interaction. The image you showed of the downtown village, those are all 3-story buildings that are all set close together, right? It's a different thing from what we are looking at with the village now from a design perspective, right? So how do we make sure it's still a village? How do we make sure that this very large building meshes well with those retail structures?
I mean, I think that that's a great comment, and I think it's a great question as we kind of delve into this. But I think it's all in how you break down that scale. And I think that there's different components and different ways of doing that in terms of the architecture, and especially with pulling back and pushing back those courtyard areas and doing that in a very big way. That really breaks down that scale, so you only have a 1-story reading in a lot of those locations. And you can see that. You have a 1 to 2-story reading for a large expanse in the center here. That breaks down that rhythm, and you go up and down.
Yep.
But one of the things that you just said is, how do we even make a hierarchy of where that height wants to be on the site? Well, we've tried to do that, because that hierarchy is at that village green. That's where you want the most intense area of the site. You want the highest structure. You want the magnitude and the presence of that space making on that center green.
Yep.
And I think that that's some of the elements that we've done. There's no way to hide this. This is a large building.
Sure.
And, I'm going to be frank with you, but it's how you break down that scale with the fenestrations, with the bay windows, with the gable roofs, with the stone detailing. So you're not doing, just 1 story of stone and 5 stories, or you're not, you have to balance out what's happening on these areas, so that you have a 2-story reading of the stone base. You have the 3 stories of the lighter material on the top. And then you have that roof that really creates that great partie of base, middle, top. That is all part of all the urban planning and the architectural.
Did you watch our meetings before you came in here? He's quoting me.
Maybe we went to the same schools. I don't know. But these are important strategies that we use on all of our projects, because these are big buildings, and we need to make sure that they fit within the context that we're trying to do. Now, with the retail buildings, we have to work with them and see how they fit into this larger development as well. And I think that we'll be successful in doing that, especially with what I saw with the City Liquors. I'm sorry.
City Winery.
City Winery. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Very late tonight. It was very early. Sorry about that. City Winery. Sorry. City Winery. With how the scale of that building looks on the site, it really meshes quite well with our building and the presence that we have on the opposite side, because that is a slightly larger of the buildings. It's slightly taller. It really adds to the presence of that village green. So yes, it is a big building. Yes, we do have smaller buildings that are located adjacent to it, but I think it mixes really well overall with the master planning that we've done.
Great, thank you. Thank you, it's great.
Thank you. Mr. Waters.
Okay. At first, it's very hard for me with the 5 stories, and it's very big, the scale. I do like a lot of the things that you said, how it comes down. I've been talking about tearing down the structure and then going back up and tearing it down. That works great for me. I'm not opposed to the metal, because that's more of a contemporary thing. What I am worried about is we're handling a lot of these structures as individual, different developers, technically are doing them. And if they have an overall look, it becomes a very modern complex in a very historic town. That's just how it is. So I don't mind that you're the first one to do this. I like it. I have a good feeling about it. It has a lot of feelings of what's happening at Marist. It has a lot of feelings of what's happening
across the way, because those buildings are big too, the CIA. It has a little bit of the elements of what's happening inside of the new proposed stuff that's going on at the CIA to make it more contemporary, because I know not everybody's, you know, old like me, but we're both old. So, but I do like, I like that tearing down. I like that, you know, at the circle, how that structure you set back and you peel that back so that there's now a rooftop deck up there. I wish that would happen in more places as you go through. I mean, that's just my thing, because I think it gives you an opportunity to have more like a penthouse type of a feel, where that might be a unit up there that has access to that rooftop deck. So that kind of a feeling, and I think that would help ground it a little bit more, rather than just look like it's upright and wants to lean. That's my feeling. But I do agree with Dylan. Some of those bump outs, could be wood, or a wood type of a structure. They're using a lot of that Japanese, they burnt wood across the way, I think is what they're intending on using. And that seems to hold up well. It's less, that it's insect and stuff retardant. So, but the structure itself, better for me, overall. What I am concerned about is as Dylan had said, the retail spaces down as you go down Main Street. That's why I had done a sketch just showing that the parking lot that's part of this parcel behind that retail would have some kind of a bridge maybe to that, and then just do 1 story or 2 stories to give those retails in the front, would make them look like 2-3 stories. In other words, it would be on top of a podium too, but it would allow you to take down the units that you might be losing because you're tiering things, might be able to go over there and relocate. And then everybody's undercover too, because who's going to want to park out in the snow? I mean,
You'd be surprised nowadays.
Well, yeah, but so I do like the stoop idea. That was a big thing with us, because I don't like the idea of going into a lobby and then branching off, taking an elevator up to your place. It seems more like an apartment complex than it would be a resident. And this makes you feel like it's more like your home, like you're talking about. The other thing that, and I know it's because this is a work in progress and it's supposed to give us a feel. This feeling, I like a lot more than the front elevation, because, you don't see the articulation on that building that's all the way to the right. You don't see that's a rooftop deck up there. That's still 5 stories. So, and you don't have the stone going up as high. I like the stone because there's a lot of stone around here, and that's a great element. And I think that's a big plus. The entryway, I have a lot to say, but and I won't try to speed it up. The entryway, what is with 300 and how many units is it?
41.
341? Okay, units. If FedEx comes, I mean,
That's what I was thinking
right?
too, man. It looks small.
You don't want to have trucks. I mean, that's a focal point, and that's right across from the green. It just, again, I don't know what the answer is. How we do that. It would be almost better if there was some kind of a side, like off that side parking lot or something. But
I agree with you.
Okay.
In many ways
Yeah,
with that.
I know.
But FedEx goes where FedEx goes.
Yeah. Well,
and I will say that because it's a question that we get at all of these planning boards, is you can plan for them to go into a loading dock. You can plan for them to go into another location. They will go to your front door because that's where they view as where the person is going to be, that they're going to take the boxes. If they have a new route person, that's where they go, unfortunately. So
I
of
just
the-
had to say it because,
Yep.
because
I
it's such
get
a
you.
beautiful front entry. You don't want it globbed up with delivery trucks.
100%. And one of the things that we do is we have to look and see how big that motor court
Right.
is.
Okay.
We feel as though this is actually well suited for the number of units that are here. This is actually quite large because this is blown up to just really
Okay.
see the overall development here. But this is actually a very luxurious motor court. And our landscape architects, this is me trying to be a landscape architect because our landscape architects are working feverishly to enhance this even more.
Yeah.
But those materialities, the pavers that are going to be there, the landscaping that is going to, the lighting, all of that is going to say, you know, this is a luxurious space. It has to operate and service for the building that we're proposing, and one of those things is those FedEx and UPS. The one thing that I will say is that there are things that we can control, and those are the move-ins and the deliveries and those kinds of things to the actual building themselves, to you know the building development itself.
Okay.
Those things are pushed to the sides of the building.
Right.
So a move-in truck, which 341 units, there's going to be people moving in and out.
In and out.
A lot, you know,
Yeah.
probably every weekend. Those things are pushed to the sides of the building. There will never be a move-in van in the central
And that would be
courtyard.
with furniture deliveries and things
That's
like,
exactly
things of
right.
that nature. It's more of the postal, the FedEx,
Yep.
the
Amazon.
Ubers.
That's exactly
things
right.
like that.
And with Uber and Lyft, you actually want them to go there,
yeah,
right? That,
yeah,
that
I
you know,
mean-
that's a car service. You want them to actually come there. You want the visitors.
Well,
to
that's
be
the
there and
lobby,
deliver.
that's the lobby where you're getting picked up.
That's
Now,
exactly
the other units with the stoops and all, I understand that, that's great. So, like I said, the frontal one of that's internal on this page, what is the page?
This is just an intro.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. But if I don't say it, it doesn't get recorded, so I'm sorry.
15 minutes, I'm
I
going to
know.
get so
Yeah, so I'm cutting down on everybody else's plate. But if I don't say it, I might not get a chance to say it again, and then we'll say we're down the rabbit hole, and that's what you're stuck with.
You're totally right.
And that's happened way too many times in this town with doing things, so that's where I'm at with it, so. But the interior design, all of that's fine. We don't get involved really with that, but that's beautiful. And like I said, you know, if it's more like that, you know, I think it'll work. The main thing is to make sure that the condos that are going to be up the road are not similar in structure, because you got the townhouses across the way that are very similar feeling.
Yeah, Rob, to that point I was about to bring up, we have been working with them on this design. They didn't just come out of nowhere.
Yeah, yeah.
Obviously, we have the design guidelines and try to transition each phase of this and not to be separate silos, because it is one village. You'll notice on the townhomes, the stone around the bottom is a Roosevelt stone, the same
Yeah.
that's around the hotel.
Yep.
So it's different structures, but it transitions with similar touch points and
Yes,
elements.
and that stone is.
That, I've asked them to
Yeah.
consider that
Similar,
stone
yeah.
here or something similar, so it'll be,
Yeah.
you'll have a little transition to each.
Yeah, no, I picked that up. I mean, and I appreciate that. That's the details that those are small little things. It's the overall.
Your concern was that the townhomes and the condos were a little too similar.
Very similar, so
Right.
what,
So
you know,
were-
and price point
Sometimes
is a
they're too
problem
similar.
because, you know, somebody's buying the townhome, is gonna be spending a good amount of money, and then why not downsize and go to the condo? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that was,
We're-
that's
we're-
where I've been
Every
with it.
stage has to be accretive. We're
Yeah.
trying, you know, we're not just looking at one hit here, we have to look at the entire project,
Yeah.
make sure each one is accretive.
But
to each
remember,
section.
it's supposed to be historic Hyde Park. So, I mean, that's not necessarily historic Hyde Park.
We have Roosevelt stone in there.
Well, the road, yeah, okay, if we pick the stone out, but so is the plumbing then in the building too. It's also in the houses, local. So, this is fine for this structure. I'm okay, I'm feeling better about it, but I just don't want, the other one is gonna be 5 stories, that, you know, it just starts to look like a big monster city. I called it Emerald City, you know, Land of Oz, because it's so much different than what's happening outside of this development. And that's all, just for people to be focused on.
But if we get back to this building, that's high praise from Rob. That he likes a lot of these elements.
I looked at your,
But he looks at the entire thing, so
looked at
even
your
things
work.
that you're not
Thank you.
designing, he's, so, but.
And we
that is
really
high praise.
do, this is an important process
Yes,
for
yes.
all of these kinds of designs, and we really like hearing these comments because it makes these buildings even better.
Sure.
So
yeah.
thank you so
Yeah,
much
no,
for this.
like I said, I watched, I looked at all your other stuff before I commented on, and went into this drawing, so, and I haven't fully gone into it, but that's enough said for tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Ms. Wasser?
Okay, I love Rob. I get along really well with Rob. Every project since he's been on this board looks better because of Rob, so I appreciate the comments. You know, I get cranky at this point.
But a lot of his comments have been incorporated into
Correct.
here, so.
Correct.
I feel that,
So thank you.
the T-Rex team has been listening.
So I agree with a lot of the comments I've just heard. I'm really not going to get into any further weeds. I just want to respond to the thoughtfulness, to your efforts to listen, to educate yourself and to listen to what's been going on with this project, and your attention to placemaking as a whole site. And I look forward to it officially coming in.
We do too. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Oliver?
All right, so thankfully, I don't see a yellow brick road, so I don't know. All right, so I was really excited when you guys were here, and I was fortunate enough to be here at our offline meeting last week. I think it's an awesome project. I've been on the board for a long time now. I've worked with Tom and Larry for a long time. I got to be honest, I think this is the most excited I've been seeing the potential for the forward progress.
Yep.
You know, and that's something I really want to stress, because we can look at pictures and images, and if it never gets built, it doesn't matter. And I think a point that I want to bring up, which you guys brought up in the offline meeting, if you could touch on it, your timeline of what you're looking at going forward, because I think that's important, because that brings this into reality, in my opinion.
Certainly. So we've moved at an unbelievably rapid pace. These types of buildings and this type of planning takes a long time. We've been in meetings on meetings to get to this point, and kudos to Michael for his efforts. But to get from seeing the site not more than 5 months ago to working out a 40 or 50-page contract with Tom and Larry, to getting a team of professionals to have drawings ready for submission next week, I think speaks volumes to our commitment to this project. So that's where we are to where we sit here today. We're going to submit our drawings by the submission date, our application by the submission date, and hopefully we'll be heard at the November 5th meeting. Imagining this will probably take several meetings to go through, eventually obtain an approval. Our goal is to have this project approved and be in a position, really, to have this project approved by the end of this calendar year. Immediately following our approval, we will close on the property. We have several months of site improvements to put in terms of utilities, roadways, etc. That will probably take maybe 4 to 6 months to have road network, utility service, building pad, etc. During that time, what we'll be doing while the infrastructure improvements are happening, we have construction drawings to work on, which Michael will be locked in his office working on. And we will submit those to the engineering and building departments for review. Receive any comments. Obviously, all the drawings will be to the current code and compliant, but there's always some comments that the township's professionals will have. We'll address them, and from there, once we have a building permit, it's probably a 30-month construction project for vertical construction to finish off the site work with paving, landscaping, all that, retaining walls, etc. And then once that's done, we'll begin leasing. And we anticipate the lease up of this project to go pretty quickly, but it is quite a lot of units, so that process is probably going to take somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 months before we reach full stabilization. So I hope that gives you kind of a clearer timeline on our path forward. We're also working right now currently with lending institutions to get our financing lined up. We have everything that we need in terms of project details, estimated costs, etc. That's a big part of what I do aside from the development work, so that's in the process right now. And we are here to build this project and get this done as quickly as possible. And like I said, we're going to be the team that's going to be on site, after construction to manage this asset. And we couldn't be more excited about it. So, we do a lot of projects, and they're all special, but you have your favorites. You do. And this one is, I have my arm so far around this project. I'm so thrilled to be part of this community and, what's going on here. The one and only across the street, what these gentlemen have dreamed up in terms of, the other uses that are intended for this site. I couldn't be more excited about it, and our company is one that doesn't go back on their word, so we couldn't be more thrilled and excited to be here and to get this project done.
Thank you for that description of your timeline, and I'm very excited, like I stated before, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lee?
Well, I just wanted to say, I was at the working meeting with these guys, and I wanted to say, from the beginning, you guys have done your homework, so you should be commended for that. But also the way that you pivoted after our working meeting and took some of our edits and really made it part of your presentation, Michael. I really thank you for that. It was quick, and you really listened, and so thank you for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Brucio?
I just have a couple of questions.
Hold the microphone, please.
The courtyards,
Yes.
are they elevated? Are they like they're one story up? That's what they are?
So
'Cause I wasn't at the meeting, so.
on the plan south, along the main street there,
Yeah.
they are one story up. But in the rear of the property, they're actually almost
ground.
at grade because the rear of the property comes up about one story in the back there.
That's where you get the parking.
Correct. So the parking is really pretty much all hidden.
Underground?
In the rear of the site, it is. It's essentially the back wall becomes a retaining wall, and then on the sides of the site, that's where we have our utilities, and then you have the residential units in the front.
And this dotted line around this, is that where the old structure, like if we were to overlay what you had before versus what it is?
No,
now?
that's the property line.
That's the property line.
Lot A. Revised Lot A.
Okay.
Yeah, remember we shifted it on
Yeah.
the sidewalk?
Okay. you guys sell your properties eventually? Do you roll them over, like you build them, stay with them for 5 years and then sell, or?
We have sold properties in the past, but I would say, we retain assets somewhere in the neighborhood of like 80 or 90%. We see the long-term vision here, and this will be a property that we...
You hold?
Yeah, we hold. Yeah.
I mean, the architecture's great. I like the architecture better. It's a little contemporary. I mean, it's not me to say, but I'd like to see more wood, more in maybe more of that. But I mean, it looks like a great project. I'm excited about it. And like Chris said, we can look at pictures all day. I'd like to see shovels in the ground, and let's get it rolling.
We like to see that too.
We're motivated too. Doesn't do us any good to stay in dirt.
Yeah. Land costs money.
It very much does.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Garcia.
Yeah.
So there you go. There's some initial, very favorable.
Yeah, I just want to remind the board that this is the third time we're here with the project, so we have a lot of work already done
Yes.
behind us. So getting to a conditional site plan approval and then the final should be pretty quick.
Yeah, we tread a lot of, through a lot of
Right.
water and walked a lot of path with the previous, and so many things have been worked out.
Trailblazing.
Trailblazing, yeah, there you go. There you go.
That's a good word.
Yep. So thank you so much for coming out. Thank you for sitting through a few hours of our meeting. We look forward to the submission, and we'll be working to get this, the length taken care of. That, we're getting into almost a rhythm now with the town board.
Yeah, that'll be submitted at the same time on the 21st to get on the
Okay.
town board's agenda.
Okay.
Right.
And I want to thank Tad for being able to
Yeah,
definitively say
Thank you.
what the number was, so appreciate that.
Yep.
Thank you, gentlemen.
And-
Thank you so much. for
And the
coming.
drawings that you did shows the passion, so don't,
Thank you.
anything I said is only to help move it along and get it maybe to a little bit better place or enhance it. a
We
little bit.
understand that
It
completely.
has nothing to do with, I could see it, I've already 3D'd it in my mind, so, and been in, walking the halls, so, all right?
He's moved in.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
He's the one
Thank
with
you,
the stoop
everybody.
about.
It shows the time you put into it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Appreciate the
much.
time at 10 o'clock
Yes.
at night.
Yep.
Please
Nope,
get
I
home
hear
safe.
ya.
Have a good evening.
Yes,
Yeah.
safe
Be
home.
safe.
No, we're
Be
not.
safe.
Larry, you're not done.
Larry, you're not done.
One more.
Sit back down.
Larry?
The next item on the agenda is,
The memory care.
yes.
Not you.
Nick, you can leave, Nick.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Not so much.
Larry needs to stay.
Yeah.
And Jennifer. I don't know, it might be, maybe, I don't know.
Shoulders hurt. It's been a long day.
I had a feeling.
You told me to hurry up, that's all I'm gonna say.
Yes.
I have
Do we need you?
to say, lawyers speak all the time. I got a little vacuum.
Pete, you look a little tired.
Yeah, take it
Be
easy.
safe, be safe.
Ran home, thank God I still saw it. I ran it down my throat and ran.
They start sound fire.
Oh, yeah.
The next item on the agenda is the town board referral for local law amending chapter 108.
It's in my driveway. I was carrying the blue before.
Okay.
All right, guys, let's get this on the roll here.
Okay.
Thank you all.
It's a good thing the room is cold.
Yes. All right, the next item on the agenda is the town board referral for local law amending chapter 108 to add memory care use. And we have a lot of discussions on this, a lot of meetings. and ultimately came up as a group with hopefully something that works. But I want to ask Jennifer to please give us just an overview, if you wouldn't mind. You might be able to summarize it better than me.
Well, let me start with the end and say
good.
that we are certainly supportive of the proposal that the planning board has come up with. I think we were kind of coming at it from a different angle, and I wish we could have had discussions earlier on. We were attempting to be as surgical as possible so as to not misplace or not interfere with anything that already existed in the code. And I think your approach is more holistic and more looking at the bigger picture. And it works for us, and so we support it. We want to get moving, and we want to be coming here for our site plan and now special permit, and that's fine with us. So
Okay, good. Yep.
I'm happy to go over the details, but considering the hour and the fact that you've had many discussions on it, I defer to Victoria and whatever description she
Yeah,
wants to
because she
give.
was kind of walking down that road every step of the way, so.
Yeah.
Oh, so I mean, I don't think you need a special permit in the Belfield for it, just to clear that up.
Right,
But
it's in
Oh,
some of the
that's
other
true,
districts.
that's true.
But,
But it is a special, yes,
So
I agree.
What this is at the last time we discussed the law, they were proposing a new law to create a new use called memory care. And we kind of went back and forth about what does that mean? We have some buildings that maybe have memory care wings. So instead, we came up with a new name for residential care facility. It is going to be, this is a proposal which would rename it as extended care facility. It takes the word residential out, which was a sticking point for this particular project. And then we left the definition intact, except that we added memory care and hospice as other examples of what this kind of facility is. And then also added a sentence saying that accessory daycare may be provided as part of this facility. So then there's a second definition for a memory care facility, but just as an example of a type of extended care facility. So it keeps that umbrella term approach because we don't know what the next iteration of this type of facility will be, but we want it to be allowed, probably.
Smart.
So that's essentially what it does. It just changes the name extended care throughout.
Moves it
Jenna?
in the use table.
Yeah, I forgot to send you the use table. The other thing it does, the use table will be attached to the law. Right now, your use table, for whatever reason, categorizes some uses as residential uses and some uses as non-residential. So because most of these facilities have things that are more non-residential, like dumpsters and truck deliveries and employees, larger parking lots, we proposed moving it from the residential category to the non-residential category. It just shifts it down in the table. We also added a special use permit requirement in some of the districts so that it gets that extra level of review.
It's not permanent.
So that's what this does.
And also, the other benefit of shifting it to the non-residential is that there are buffer requirements between like
Yes.
residences and non-residential uses, so that by classifying it that way, it gives us more of a flexibility as a board to sort of, require those buffers when
Right.
necessary.
And not that it's a bad example, but the hospice house, we couldn't demand that there be
More buffering.
more
Yeah.
landscaping and buffering between the uses, because it was residential to residential.
Right.
Tad, any comments?
No, I think it's a good solution.
Excellent. Does anybody have any comments on that?
Nope.
Great job.
Great.
I would like to make a
Team
motion
effort.
to authorize the chairwoman to send comments.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Excellent.
Good job.
So I guess my one big question is, we had a referral from the town board for a version of the local law that looks nothing like this.
Correct.
So I tried to start a comment letter that said, So we looked at this and went, and we've come up with something different. I'm like, is there an easier way to?
So we've given it, I've provided Kyle with a draft already
Yep.
because, we were trying to keep him in the loop of this discussion. So
Yep.
they're aware it's coming and Jennifer's team can propose the change. But for the referral, I think you say, we reviewed it, we came up with this other concept, please see attached. And if there are no significant changes, we waive the need for a second referral. This way
That's
they don't
key.
have to come back in a month.
Okay. That I like.
Yeah.
And we have already expressed to Kyle, in response to Victoria's email, sending it to him, that we support
Okay,
the
great.
planning
So
board's
the-
approach.
so
So I
the
don't
town
think you
board
need to
can
go into
see
a lot of.
that there was
Yeah.
collaboration and
Yes,
agreement
yes.
and.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it could.
And
It's
we're
true, it might
hoping,
not. I mean,
oh, sorry,
just
go ahead.
adding memory care as an example, it's already allowed. You're right, it's not really.
Yes, it's
Yeah,
taking
so I had
place-
requested an extension because I couldn't make their September, I didn't
Yeah.
think we had met by then. So I requested an extension. They hadn't taken any action anyway.
Right.
So, okay.
In fact, it's scheduled for, the original law is scheduled for a continuation of its public hearing this coming Monday.
Correct.
So we are hoping, and we discussed this with Kyle, that if your recommendation goes in ASAP, like tomorrow, they can put it on the agenda and can introduce the revised version of the local law on Monday, and then just set a public hearing date on that.
Gotcha, okay.
The other thing is seeker. I believe this town board's doing seeker.
Yeah, that confused me.
It could be type 2 because it's really not a substantive change. It's just renaming and moving. But I leave that.
You're not
Doesn't the
you're not-
town board do the seeker on this?
They
Yes,
do.
but-
They do.
Yeah, I was confused.
I think
in
we
that
just
exchange.
wanted to suggest it to Jennifer to make the argument that you probably could make that argument.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That it's type 2, yeah.
Okay, so we'll try to work.
So you can say whatever you want to say in your letter, which would be helpful.
Yes. Okay. All right. I'll try to get all that pulled
They
together.
accuse me of being self-serving, I don't know.
No, not at all.
Wait, did we do that?
No.
Oh.
I just said that sort of as a joke. That it would be
Gotcha.
better, it would be
If I could
helpful
say
if you
that-
could
and we
say it on
believe
behalf
that
of
this
the board
is-
that, yes.
Victoria, you're going to need to help me with some of these words.
Yes, I will help you.
I want to be as brief as possible and just go boom, 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 boom.
No problem.
Excellent. And thank you again for all your help in getting all these.
Like I said, it was a team effort. There was a lot of thoughts.
Those
that went into this, so.
legalese is excellent. Okay, so I think we're all in agreement.
We are
It
indeed.
seems to work for everybody.
Really, I appreciate the input of everyone on the board and the thought, because at the end of the day, I think this is a more comprehensive approach, and
They voted before they discussed it. Sometimes we do that.
so this was very helpful, and I'm glad it
Thank
worked
you,
out.
thank you, it's our pleasure.
Drive safe.
Yes, please.
Okay.
It's late.
Yep.
Thank you for
Thank
hanging in.
Yes, thank you.
I'm gonna go.
Take care, Larry.
I think all we have after here
We're
are
done,
signs and waivers. Have a safe trip.
Bye, good night.
Yes.
We release you, consultants.
Yes, thank you, Bonnie, thank you, Victoria.
Oh, no, if we have to stay, they stay.
And as long as you're okay with the calendar for next year.
Okay, so our next,
Okay.
have a safe,
Everybody.
have a safe trip home, guys.
Yes.
I got us next one.
Especially you, Bonnie, with that long ride. Be safe. Watch the deer. Oh, that's right.
Resolution.
Yeah, understood. No, Fishkill.
Oh, Jennifer from Fishkill. Your old office.
Still, long ride.
Maybe I will.
Deer, watch the deer.
I think Gigi has the next one.
Yes, so the next item on the agenda is a sign permit recommendation for freestanding and wall signs for the Hyde Park Vintage Emporium. As we all know, it used to be Pond Antiques, and they are doing a bang-up job and great asset to Hyde Park.
Yeah.
They just won a beautification award.
They just won a beautification award because
Yay.
they did such wonderful
This is the one
upgrades.
with the pond in front?
Yep,
Yep,
They want a beautification?
yep.
so, Ms. Leah, feel free.
Resolution to grant relaxation of standard and recommendation for issuance of a sign permit pursuant to Town Code Section 108-24 3.3A4D, the Hyde Park Vintage Emporium at 4192 Albany Post Road, parcel number 606402987788, resolution number 2025-52. Whereas, now therefore it be resolved that the Town of Hyde Park Planning Board grants a relaxation of dimension standard for image size with an increase to the maximum of 24 inches in width and 20.75 inches in height for aesthetic merit, and recommends approval of the sign permit for a replacement wall sign and a replacement freestanding sign for the Hyde Park Vintage Emporium after compliance with the following condition. Number 1, issuance of an area variance for an increase of 26 inches for combined maximum image/symbol width of 50 inches.
Second.
Any discussion? No. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Next item on the agenda is the Durham LLC monument sign. This is for the redo of that is it a multifamily residence on Route 9, kind of almost across from Hyde Park Elementary School. Mr. Waters.
Yes, Durham LLC, 4332 Albany Post Road, Hyde Park, New York, freestanding monument sign, resolution 2025-53, whereas, now therefore be it resolved that the Town of Hyde Park Planning Board hereby recommends approval of the sign permit for Durham LLC, freestanding monument sign.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is a site plan waiver upon recommendation of the zoning administrator for Mark and Susan Serino.
Okay, that's me. Town of Hyde Park Planning Board, Mark and Susan Serino, 4391 Albany Post Road, 6065-1681021. Site plan waiver. Date October 15, 2025, resolution 2025-44. Whereas request site plan waiver has been made to the Town of Hyde Park Planning Board by Mark and Susan Serino to install a mini split unit on existing mixed-use structure at 4391 Albany Post Road, and whereas. Now therefore be it resolved that the Town of Hyde Park Planning Board hereby waives the site plan requirements for the proposed changes as described in the request for a waiver of site plan received by the Planning Board on August 12, 2025, and the building permit application dated July 22nd, 2025.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Next item on the agenda is another site plan waiver for Jonathan and Angela Roberts for an in-ground pool and generator.
Jonathan and Angela Roberts, site plan waiver, resolution 2025-50. Whereas a request for site plan waiver has been made to the Town of Hyde Park Planning Board by Jonathan and Angela Roberts on September 30th, 2025, for the installation of a 44 by 26 in-ground pool with patio surround and a backup generator with a buried 1,000-gallon propane tank on the property associated with a single-family home requiring a building permit. And whereas, now therefore be it resolved that the Town of Hyde Park Planning Board hereby waives site plan requirements of proposed changes as described in the building permits received by the Building Department on September 10th, 2025 and October 2nd, 2025, and per the request of the Planning Board dated September 30th, 2025.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions?
No.
Motion carries unanimously. Last item on the agenda is to approve the 2026 Hyde Park Planning Board meeting schedule.
I'll make that motion.
You will note that there are pretty much all meeting dates except for one in July will be missed. Rob Waters has made the motion. Is there a second? Chris made the second.
Sorry, Ann.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays or abstention? Motion carries. May I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This has been a very productive session.
Bravo.
Sorry, Ann, I stepped on you.